Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. Have you ever felt like the forest was watching you? The camping trip to Blackwater National Forest was supposed to be our chance to disconnect from the world and reconnect with each other. 5 friends who drifted apart since college, back together for 1 week of hiking, campfires, and reminiscing about the good old days. I was the last to agree, reluctant to leave my comfortable apartment and stable routine. But Alex was persistent, calling me almost daily for 2 weeks until I finally caved. "Come on, Jake," he'd said. When was the last time all 5 of us were together? So here I was, trudging along a barely visible hiking trail, following behind Alex, Melissa, Ethan, and Lauren as they chatted enthusiastically about their lives. The forest around us was unlike anything I'd seen before, ancient trees stretching hundreds of feet into the sky, their thick canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. Patches of fog clung to the undergrowth, and a strange silence permeated the air. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing. Just the sound of our footsteps crushing dead leaves and the occasional snapping of twigs. "This place gives me the creeps," I muttered, mostly to myself, but Lauren heard me and turned around. "What's wrong, city boy? Scared of a little nature?" She grinned, but I noticed her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Something about this place was getting to her too. As we ventured deeper, the trail became increasingly difficult to follow. Alex consulted his map repeatedly, his confident demeanor gradually dissolving into confusion. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "According to the map, we should have reached Cedar Creek by now." Ethan, always the practical one, pulled out his phone. "No signal. GPS isn't working either." "Let's take a break," Melissa suggested, dropping her backpack onto a fallen log. "We've been walking for hours." We settled down in a small clearing, passing around water bottles and trail mix. As I chewed on a handful of nuts and dried fruit, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The forest seemed to be closing in around us, the trees leaning inward as if eavesdropping on our conversation. And there was something else, a faint whisper that seemed to be carried by the wind, too distant to make out any words but present nonetheless. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, turning my head to try to locate the source. "Hear what?" Alex asked, looking up from his map. I thought I heard whispering. They all stared at me, and for a moment, nobody spoke. Then Ethan laughed, breaking the tension. "Man, you've been in the city too long. Your brain's just filling in the silence with imaginary sounds." I forced a smile and nodded, but I knew what I heard. As we resumed our hike, I kept glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the sensation of being watched. The trees seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves in subtle ways that I couldn't quite put my finger on. We walked for another hour before Alex finally admitted we were lost. "I don't understand," he said, frustration evident in his voice. "I've been following the trail markers, but they don't match up with the map." "Maybe we should turn back," Lauren suggested, her earlier bravado now replaced with unease. "Back to where?" Melissa asked. "I'm not sure I could find the way we came." She was right. The forest behind us looked unfamiliar, as if we'd never passed through it. The trail had somehow vanished, leaving us surrounded by identical trees in every direction. Let's set up camp here, Ethan decided. It's getting late, and we'll have better luck finding our way in the morning. Nobody argued. We cleared a small area and pitched our tents as the last remnants of daylight filtered through the canopy. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. Shadows deepened, taking on strange, almost human-like shapes. The silence intensified, pressing against my eardrums like a physical force. Around the campfire that night, we tried to maintain a sense of normalcy. Ethan told jokes, Melissa shared stories from her job, and Alex passed around a flask of whiskey. But our laughter was strained, our smiles forced. Each of us was acutely aware of the vast, dark forest surrounding our small circle of light. As we prepared to turn in for the night, Lauren pulled me aside. "Jake," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I heard it too. The whispering. And I think I saw something moving between the trees. Before I could respond, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, coming from somewhere deep in the forest. We all froze, staring at each other in horror. What the hell was that? Alex whispered. Probably just a fox or something, Ethan said, but his voice trembled slightly. Some animals sound almost human when they call. We all nodded, desperate to believe his explanation, but I knew in my gut that what we heard was no animal. It was a human scream, filled with terror and pain. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I lay awake in my tent, listening to the forest breathe around me. The whispering had grown louder, more insistent, and occasionally I caught fragments of words, ancient, guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with twisted trees and shadowy figures that danced just at the edge of my vision. I woke with a start, my heart pounding, to find golden morning light filtering through the tent fabric. For a moment, the horrors of the night seemed far away, nothing more than products of an overactive imagination. Then I heard Melissa's panicked voice from outside. "Guys, wake up. Ethan's gone." I scrambled out of my tent to find Alex and Melissa standing in the center of our campsite, looking around wildly. Lauren emerged from her tent a moment later, her face pale with fear. "What do you mean, gone?" she asked. "His tent is empty," Melissa said. "His sleeping bag is still there, but he's not in it. And there's something wrong with his tent." We followed her to Ethan's tent. At first glance, it looked normal, but as we got closer, I noticed strange markings on the fabric, symbols I didn't recognize, drawn in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. "Maybe he just went to take a leak," Alex suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. "Without his shoes?" Melissa pointed to Ethan's hiking boots, still neatly placed outside his tent. We spent the next hour searching the area around our campsite, calling Ethan's name until our voices grew hoarse. But there was no response, no sign of him anywhere. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. "We need to get out of here," Lauren said, her voice shaking. "We need to find help." None of us argued. We packed up our gear as quickly as possible, leaving Ethan's tent standing as a marker in case he returned. Alex took the lead, compass in hand, determined to find our way back to civilization. But as we walked, the forest seemed to shift around us, the trees moving almost imperceptibly when we weren't looking directly at them. The path we tried to follow kept disappearing, forcing us to change direction multiple times. And always, just at the edge of hearing, the whispering continued, growing louder with each passing hour. By midday, we were all on edge, jumping at every sound, every movement in the underbrush. The forest had become a maze, confounding our every attempt to escape its clutches. And somewhere amid those ancient trees, Ethan was still missing. As the day wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was toying with us, leading us deeper into its heart for some dark purpose I couldn't begin to fathom. The whispers had become a constant companion, and now I was sure they were saying a word, repeating it over and over again. Sacrifice. What happens when the place you fear most becomes the only place you can go? By the time the sun began its descent, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees, we had been walking for nearly 8 hours with no sign of a trail, road, or any human presence. Our water supplies were running low, and exhaustion had settled deep in our bones. But worse than the physical fatigue was the psychological toll of being lost in this oppressive forest. "We need to stop," Melissa said, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. Her face was streaked with dirt and sweat, her usually vibrant eyes now dull with fear. "It's going to be dark soon." Alex shook his head stubbornly. "We can't stop. We have to find Ethan." "We won't find anyone if we die of exhaustion," Lauren countered, dropping her backpack to the ground. "We need to rest, regroup, and figure out what to do." Reluctantly, Alex agreed, and we began setting up a makeshift camp in a small clearing. The trees here seemed older than in other parts of the forest, their trunks wider, bark twisted into shapes that almost resembled faces when viewed from certain angles. Moss hung from branches like tattered curtains, and the ground was carpeted with strange mushrooms I'd never seen before, pale, luminescent things that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As I gathered firewood, I noticed something etched into the bark of one of the trees, a crude symbol, similar to the ones we'd found on Ethan's tent. Looking around, I saw the same symbol repeated on several nearby trees, forming a perfect circle around our campsite. "Guys," I called out, my voice cracking. "You need to see this." They gathered around me as I pointed out the symbols. None of us spoke for a long moment, the implications too terrifying to voice aloud. "Maybe it's just a coincidence," Alex finally said, but his voice lacked conviction. "This isn't a coincidence," Lauren whispered. "Someone, or something, put these here. And I think they knew we'd stop here." As darkness fell, we huddled around our small fire, backs pressed together so we could watch the forest in all directions. The whispering had grown louder, more insistent, no longer confined to the periphery of my hearing. The others could hear it now too, though none of us could make out the words. "It sounds like it's coming from everywhere," Melissa said, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "And nowhere," Lauren added. Sleep was out of the question. We took turns keeping watch, though I don't think any of us truly slept during our off hours. The night stretched on endlessly, the darkness so complete that it seemed to swallow our fire's light just feet away from the flames. During my watch, I noticed movement in the trees, dark shapes flitting between trunks, too quick and fluid to be human. I strained my eyes, trying to make out details, but they remained just beyond the reach of our firelight. Once, I caught a glimpse of something pale, a face, perhaps, but elongated and wrong somehow, with too many features in the wrong places. I blinked, and it was gone. When dawn finally broke, it brought little relief. The forest looked different somehow, the trees closer together, the undergrowth thicker, as if the very landscape had shifted during the night. "I don't think we can find our way out," I admitted as we ate a meager breakfast of energy bars. "Not on our own. What choice do we have?" Alex asked, his former confidence now completely eroded. Before I could answer, Melissa let out a startled cry, pointing to something behind me. I turned to see words carved into the trunk of a nearby tree, fresh cuts, the sap still oozing from them like blood from a wound. "Follow the stones." We stared at the message, then at each other. None of us had heard anything during the night, no sound of a knife or axe against wood. "What stones?" Lauren asked, looking around. As if in answer, I spotted a small pile of smooth river stones a few yards away, arranged in an arrow pointing deeper into the forest. I was certain they hadn't been there the night before. "This is insane," Alex muttered. "We can't just follow random directions from whatever is out there." "Do you have a better idea?" I asked. Because I don't think wandering aimlessly is working out so well for us. After a heated debate, we decided to follow the stones. Not because we trusted the source of the message, but because we had no better options. We packed up our belongings and set off in the direction indicated by the arrow. Every half-mile or so, we found another pile of stones, guiding us deeper into the forest. The trees grew even larger here, their trunks wider than cars, their branches forming a canopy so thick that little sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air became colder, damper, filled with the scent of decay and something else, something ancient and musty, like old bones and forgotten rituals. The whispering never stopped, but now it was occasionally punctuated by other sounds, the crack of breaking branches in the distance, the rustle of movement through underbrush, and once, the same terrible scream we'd heard on our first night. "That could be Ethan," Melissa said, her eyes wide with a mixture of hope and terror. "Or it could be whatever took him," Lauren countered grimly. As we walked, I began to notice small details that set this part of the forest apart from where we'd been before. Strange symbols carved into trees, similar to those we'd found on Ethan's tent but more elaborate. Tiny bundles of twigs and bones hanging from branches like macabre ornaments. And occasionally, patches of ground where nothing grew, perfect circles of bare earth amid the otherwise lush vegetation. By late afternoon, the stone markers led us to a small clearing dominated by a massive oak tree. Unlike the other trees we'd seen, this one was dead, its branches bare, its trunk split down the middle as if struck by lightning. Around its base were arranged dozens of small figurines made from twigs, leaves, and what looked disturbingly like human hair. "What is this place?" Lauren whispered, her voice tight with fear. Before anyone could answer, a twig snapped behind us. We whirled around to see a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a man, tall and gaunt, dressed in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear. His face was partially obscured by a wild beard, but his eyes were clearly visible, wide, bloodshot, and filled with a mixture of fear and madness. "You shouldn't be here," he said, his voice hoarse as if from disuse. "None of you should be here." Alex stepped forward, his hands raised placatingly. "We're lost. Our friend disappeared, and we're trying to find him." The man's eyes darted nervously around the clearing, never resting on any of us for more than a second. "Your friend, was he taken from his tent? In the night?" Melissa gasped. "Yes. His name is Ethan. Have you seen him?" A bitter laugh escaped the man's lips. "Seen him? No. But I know where he is. The same place all the others went." "What others?" I asked. "The offerings," he replied, as if it were obvious. "The ones the forest chooses." A chill ran down my spine. "Who are you? How long have you been out here?" The man finally looked directly at me, and in his eyes, I saw a depth of horror that made my blood run cold. "My name is Daniel Thornton. I came here with a research team 6 years ago. I'm the only one left." 6 years. The implications were staggering. This man had been living in these woods for 6 years, somehow surviving whatever horrors lurked among the trees. "What happened to your team?" Lauren asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Daniel's eyes clouded over, as if he were seeing something far away. "The forest took them, one by one, just like it's been taking hikers and campers for decades." He gestured to the dead oak. "This is a door. Not the only one, but the largest. They come through here, the old ones. The ones who lived in these woods long before humans claimed them." "Who are they?" Alex demanded, skepticism evident in his voice despite the fear I could see in his eyes. Daniel ignored the question, instead pointing urgently at the sky, where the sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon. "Night comes soon. You need shelter. Real shelter, not those flimsy tents. Come with me, quickly." Part of me wanted to refuse, to run as far from this clearly disturbed individual as possible. But another part, the part that had heard the whispering, seen the shadows moving between trees, knew that he might be our only chance of survival. "We should go with him," I said to the others. "At least hear what he has to say." After a brief, tense discussion, we agreed to follow Daniel. He led us through the forest with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the terrain, occasionally stopping to make strange gestures at certain trees or whisper words in a language I didn't recognize. As we walked, he told us his story in fragmented, disjointed sentences. He'd come to Blackwater Forest as part of an anthropological study, investigating the legends surrounding the indigenous tribes who had once lived in the area. According to local lore, the tribes had worshipped ancient entities that lived within the forest itself, beings that demanded sacrifice in exchange for allowing humans to pass through their domain. "We thought it was just stories," Daniel said, his voice hollow. "Myths." But then Martin disappeared from his tent. And then Alicia. And soon it was just me. "How did you survive?" Melissa asked. Daniel's face contorted into an expression of shame and self-loathing. "I learned their rules. I helped them. When hikers came through, I marked them, left signs, led them deeper." A cold weight settled in my stomach. "Like the stone markers we followed?" He nodded, not meeting our eyes. "I'm sorry. I don't have a choice. If I don't help them find offerings, they take me instead." Before we could respond to this horrifying revelation, Daniel stopped abruptly, pointing to a steep hillside ahead. Nestled into the hill, almost invisible beneath a covering of vines and moss, was the entrance to what appeared to be a cave. "Home," he said simply. "Hurry. The sun is almost gone." The cave was larger than it appeared from outside, extending deep into the hillside. Daniel had clearly been living here for some time. The space was organized with makeshift furniture crafted from wood and stone, walls lined with shelves holding jars of preserved foods, bundles of dried herbs, and strangely carved figures similar to those we'd seen around the dead oak. As darkness fell outside, Daniel sealed the entrance with a heavy wooden door reinforced with metal bands. From somewhere deeper in the cave came the sound of running water, an underground stream, he explained, that provided him with fresh water. "You're safe here," he told us as we settled around a small fire pit in the center of the main chamber. "They can't come in unless invited." The implications of his words hung heavy in the air. Something about the cave protected it from the entities in the forest, some property or rule that kept them at bay. "What exactly are they?" Lauren asked, voicing the question we were all thinking. Daniel was silent for a long moment, staring into the flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and measured, as if he were afraid of being overheard. The tribes who lived here called them the Itu, the Hollow Ones. They're ancient, older than humanity. Spirits, maybe, or something else entirely. They exist partly in our world and partly elsewhere, in a place of darkness and hunger. That's ridiculous, Alex scoffed, but his voice lacked conviction. Is it? Daniel looked up at him, his eyes reflecting the firelight. Haven't you heard them whispering? Seen their shadows moving between the trees? Haven't you felt the force watching you? None of us could deny it. Whatever skepticism we might have harbored had been eroded by our experiences over the past 2 days. The tribes knew how to live with them, Daniel continued. They made offerings, food, trinkets, occasionally blood. But when European settlers came and drove the tribes away, the offerings stopped. So the Itu took matters into their own hands. And Ethan? Melissa asked, her voice breaking. Is he? Daniel's face softened with genuine sympathy. I don't know. Sometimes they just play with their victims for a while, torment them. But eventually, he trailed off, the silence more horrifying than any words could have been. Sleep came eventually, but my dreams were haunted by whispers and shadows. I woke several times, heart pounding, certain I'd heard something moving outside the cave door. Each time, I found Daniel awake, sitting cross-legged before the fire, chanting softly in what must have been the language of the long-vanished tribes. In the gray light of dawn, we gathered around a meager breakfast of dried berries and what Daniel called forest bread, a dense, earthy loaf made from ground nuts and roots. As we ate, he outlined a plan. There's a way out, he said. A path that leads through the thinnest part of their territory. If we're quick and careful, we might make it. And Ethan? Melissa asked. Daniel wouldn't meet her eyes. If he's still alive, he'll be at the heart, a place deep in the forest where the veil between worlds is thinnest. But going there, he shook his head. It would be suicide. I'm not leaving without him, Melissa declared, her jaw set stubbornly. Neither am I, Alex agreed. Lauren and I exchanged glances. The thought of venturing deeper into the forest, toward whatever these Hollow Ones were, filled me with cold dread. But the alternative, abandoning Ethan to an unimaginable fate, was unthinkable. We all go, I said finally. Together. Daniel studied each of our faces, then nodded slowly. I'll take you to the heart. But know this, some of us won't return. The Itu always take their due. As we prepared to leave the safety of the cave, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking willingly into a trap. The forest had been hurting us from the beginning, manipulating our movements, leading us deeper into its embrace. And now we were about to venture into its very heart, where the entities Daniel called the Hollow Ones were strongest. But what choice did we have? Ethan was out there somewhere, possibly still alive, possibly still capable of being saved. We couldn't abandon him, no matter the risk. As Daniel unbarred the cave door, the whispering that had been mercifully absent during the night returned immediately, louder than before, more insistent, almost triumphant in its intensity. And beneath the whispers, I could now make out another sound, a rhythmic drumming that seemed to come from the very earth beneath our feet, as if the heart of the forest itself were beating in anticipation of our arrival. Is it still a sacrifice if you walk willingly to the altar? The journey to what Daniel called the heart began in eerie silence. Even the whispering that had been our constant companion seemed subdued, as if the forest were holding its breath in anticipation. Daniel led us along paths I would never have noticed on my own, narrow gaps between dense underbrush, shallow streams that served as natural walkways, and occasionally tunnels formed by fallen trees and overgrown vines. "Stay close," he warned repeatedly. "The forest shifts. Paths that exist one moment might disappear the next." I thought he was speaking metaphorically until I witnessed it happen. We were following a clear trail through a stand of young birch trees when Melissa, who had fallen slightly behind, called out in alarm. Turning back, I saw her standing in what appeared to be solid, impenetrable underbrush. The path we just traveled completely vanished. "Don't move," Daniel instructed her calmly. "Close your eyes and take 3 steps forward." Melissa hesitated, staring at the wall of vegetation before her. "Trust me," Daniel insisted. "The path is still there. The forest is just hiding it from you." With visible reluctance, Melissa closed her eyes and took 3 careful steps forward. To my amazement, she passed through the seemingly solid barrier of plants as if they were nothing but mist. "How is that possible?" Lauren whispered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. Daniel's expression was grim. "This forest doesn't always obey the laws of nature as we understand them. The deeper we go, the more flexible reality becomes." As we continued, I began to notice other anomalies, shadows that moved against the direction of the sun, trees that seemed to shift position when viewed from different angles, and occasionally glimpses of landscapes that couldn't possibly exist within this forest. Stark desert dunes, Arctic tundra, even what looked like ancient stone ruins. "What you're seeing are bleed-throughs," Daniel explained when I mentioned these visions. "Places where the boundary between our world and theirs has worn thin." "Their world?" Alex asked skeptically. "What exactly is on the other side?" Daniel was quiet for a long moment before answering. "My team called it the Hollow. A place of darkness and hunger. A negative space that exists alongside our reality, pressing against it like water against a dam. And the ITUU, they're not so much entities as they are fragments of that place that have learned to take form in our world." The explanation chilled me to the bone, not least because it aligned with my own growing sense that what we were dealing with was something fundamentally alien, something that operated according to rules and motivations beyond human comprehension. By midday, the character of the forest had changed dramatically. The trees here were ancient beyond reckoning, their massive trunks wider than cars, their bark black and glistening with what looked like sap but smelled metallic, like blood. The canopy above was so dense that little sunlight penetrated, casting the forest floor in permanent twilight. Strange fungi grew in abundance, luminescent mushrooms that pulsed with an internal light, shelf-like growths on tree trunks that seemed to follow our movement with invisible eyes. The air was different too, heavier, charged with what felt like the anticipation before a thunderstorm. Each breath required effort, as if the very atmosphere resisted being drawn into human lungs. "We're getting close," Daniel said, his voice barely above a whisper. "From here on, speak only when necessary, and never say your full name aloud. Names have power here." As we pressed deeper into this primal heart of the forest, the whispering returned, louder than ever. But now it was accompanied by other sounds, rhythmic drumming that seemed to come from beneath the earth, distant chanting in a language that made my skin crawl, and occasionally sounds that were almost, but not quite, human, laughter that went on too long, cries that modulated into something animalistic, voices calling out in perfect imitations of people I knew, my mother, my childhood friends, professors from college. "Don't answer them," Daniel warned when a voice that sounded exactly like Ethan called my name from the darkness between trees. "No matter what you hear, no matter how convincing it sounds, it's not who you think it is." The temptation to respond was almost overwhelming. The voice sounded so real, so desperately afraid. But I heeded Daniel's warning, pressing my lips together and focusing on placing one foot in front of the other. Lauren wasn't so fortunate. When a child's voice, her nephew's, she later told me, cried out for help, she instinctively turned toward it, stepping off the path before any of us could stop her. In an instant, the forest seemed to shift around her, dense undergrowth springing up between us like a living wall. "Lauren!" Melissa screamed, lunging toward where our friend had been just moments before. Daniel caught her arm, restraining her with surprising strength. "Stop! You'll be taken too. We can't just leave her," Alex protested. "We won't," Daniel assured him, though his eyes betrayed his doubt. "But we have to be smart. The ITUU are trying to separate us, pick us off one by one." He turned to the wall of vegetation where Lauren had disappeared. "Lauren, if you can hear me, stay where you are. Don't move. We'll find you." There was no response. "What now?" I asked, struggling to keep the panic from my voice. Daniel closed his eyes, his lips moving in what might have been a prayer or incantation. After a moment, he opened them again and pointed to our left. "This way. There's a thinning about a quarter mile in that direction. If we're lucky, we'll find her on the other side." We had no choice but to trust him. As we moved in the direction he indicated, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being herded, that each apparent decision we made was in fact predetermined by whatever intelligence governed this ancient forest. The thinning Daniel had since turned out to be a narrow ravine cutting through a ridge of blackstone. The walls of the ravine were unnaturally smooth, as if the earth had been sliced open with a giant blade, and covered in symbols similar to those we'd found on Ethan's tent, but far more elaborate, intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed from the corner of the eye. At the bottom of the ravine ran a stream of water so clear it was almost invisible, its surface disturbed only by the occasional ripple that seemed to move against the current. "Don't touch the water," Daniel warned as we carefully made our way down. "Don't even look at it for too long." "Why?" Alex asked, but fell silent when Daniel simply shook his head, unwilling or unable to explain. We found Lauren on the other side of the ravine, standing motionless in a small clearing, her back to us, her gaze fixed on something in the distance that I couldn't see. "Lauren?" Melissa called softly, approaching her with cautious steps. Lauren turned slowly, and my heart nearly stopped. Her eyes were different, the pupils expanded to consume the entire iris, leaving nothing but bottomless black orbs. Her expression was serene, almost beatific, but utterly wrong on her usually animated face. "I saw it," she said, her voice oddly flat. "The heart. It's beautiful." "Lauren, snap out of it," Alex said, moving toward her. Daniel intervened, placing a restraining hand on Alex's chest. "Wait. She's been touched by them. We need to be careful." "What does that mean?" I demanded. Is she still Lauren?" "For now," Daniel replied grimly. "But they've marked her. They're inside her mind. Can we help her?" Melissa asked, tears streaming down her face. "Maybe. If we get her away from here, back across the ravine. Their influence weakens near running water." It took all four of us to move Lauren, who alternated between passive resistance and violent struggling. All the while, she spoke in a voice that fluctuated between her own and something else, something older and colder, with cadences that made my ears hurt. "The forest remembers," she said at one point, her head lolling back unnaturally far. "It remembers when your kind were nothing but prey, scurrying between trees, fearful of the dark. It remembers, and it hungers for that time again. By the time we got her back across the ravine, we were all exhausted, covered in scratches from her fingernails and bruises from her surprisingly strong blows. But the distance from whatever she had seen seemed to help. Her eyes gradually returned to normal, the black receding to reveal her natural brown irises. Her voice, too, became her own again, though she had no memory of what had happened after stepping off the path. "I thought I heard my nephew," she said, tears streaming down her face. "He sounded so scared. I had to help him." "It wasn't him," Daniel said firmly. "It was them, using his voice like bait in a trap." We rested briefly, giving Lauren time to recover her strength and her senses. As we sat huddled together at the bottom of the ravine, the sky above darkening toward evening, Daniel explained what had happened. "She saw the heart," he said, his voice hushed with what might have been fear or reverence. "Or at least, a glimpse of it. Most humans can't withstand even that much contact. The fact that she's still herself is remarkable." "What exactly is this heart?" I asked. Daniel traced one of the symbols on the ravine wall with a finger. The indigenous people believed it was the place where the Great Spirit first dreamed the world into being. A place of pure creation and destruction, where what is and what might be exists simultaneously. "That's pretty abstract," Alex commented. "Because human language doesn't have words for what it truly is," Daniel replied. "The closest I can come is to say it's a wound in reality, a place where our world and the hollow bleed into each other. And the ITUU, they're like antibodies, trying to repair that wound by consuming what doesn't belong." "And what doesn't belong is us," Melissa said, her voice small. Daniel nodded gravely. "Humans. We're the infection they're trying to purge." The implications were staggering. If Daniel was right, then what we were facing wasn't evil in any human sense of the word. It was simply alien, a force of nature operating according to its own incomprehensible logic. "And Ethan?" Alex asked. "If he was taken to this heart, then he's beyond our help," Daniel said bluntly. Unless what? "I'll continue creating the rest of the horror story based on your requirements. Here are the remaining chapters." "Unless we can offer something in exchange," Daniel finally said, his eyes downcast. "The ITUU understands sacrifice. They might release your friend if they're given an alternative." The meaning behind his words hung heavy in the air. None of us spoke for a long moment, the only sound the gentle gurgling of the stream at our feet. "You're talking about a trade," I said finally. "A life for a life." Daniel nodded, not meeting my eyes. "It's how I've survived this long. When hikers come through, I mark some to be taken, so that others might pass safely." "That's monstrous," Lauren whispered, horrified. "It's survival," Daniel countered, a flash of defiance in his eyes. "You don't understand what it's like to live here year after year, to hear them whispering, calling, always at the edge of your mind. To know that if you don't provide what they want, they'll take you instead." None of us knew how to respond to that. The moral calculus of his actions was beyond anything we'd ever had to consider. Could years of isolation in this haunted forest justify what amounted to human sacrifice? "There has to be another way," Alex said firmly. "We're not sacrificing anyone." Daniel's laugh was bitter, empty of humor. "Noble sentiments. Let's see how long they last when you're face to face with what dwells in the heart." As darkness fell, we made camp within the relative safety of the ravine. Daniel explained that the symbols carved into the stone walls offered some protection, words created by the indigenous tribes centuries ago to mark safe passages through the forest. They won't keep the ITUU out completely, he warned, but they'll mute their influence. Make it harder for them to reach into your minds. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by nightmares that seemed to bleed into reality, visions of twisted, elongated figures moving just at the edge of vision, whispers that formed words in my mind even though no sound reached my ears. More than once I woke gasping, certain that black tendrils were wrapping around my throat, only to find nothing but the cool night air. When dawn finally came, it brought little relief. The sky above the ravine was a sickly greenish-gray, the sunlight weak and watery, as if struggling to penetrate some unseen barrier. Lauren seemed fully recovered, at least on the surface, though I noticed her eyes would occasionally unfocus, staring at nothing as if seeing something beyond normal perception. Sometimes her lips would move soundlessly, as if she were having a conversation with someone none of the rest of us could see. We pressed on, following the ravine upstream, traveling in tense silence. The sense of being watched was stronger than ever, the weight of unseen eyes a constant pressure. The whispers continued as well, but now they seemed to be communicating actual thoughts directly into my mind rather than just sounds, fragments of alien consciousness that made my head pound and my vision blur. Hunger without end, the dreaming dark, flesh to feed the hollow. By midday, the ravine began to widen, the protective symbols on its walls becoming scarcer. The stream, too, changed character, the water taking on a reddish tinge, moving in patterns that defied the laws of fluid dynamics, occasionally flowing uphill or spiraling in tiny whirlpools that rotated in impossible directions. "We're getting close," Daniel said, his voice strained. "The heart is just beyond the ridge ahead." The ridge he indicated rose sharply about a half-mile ahead, its crest crowned with twisted, blackened trees that looked as if they had been struck by lightning or burned in some ancient fire. The entire landscape seemed to bend toward it, like iron filings aligning with a magnetic field. "What will we find there?" Melissa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Daniel's face was grave. "I don't know exactly. I've never gone that far. When my team was taken, I ran in the opposite direction. I've spent 6 years avoiding that place." "Then how do you know Ethan will be there?" Alex demanded. "Because that's where they take all their offerings," Daniel replied simply. "To the center. To their nest." The word sent a chill through me, the image it conjured of some massive, alien hive where the ITUU gathered with their prey was almost too horrible to contemplate. As we approached the ridge, the forest changed again. The trees here were grotesquely deformed, their trunks twisted into spirals and knots that looked almost deliberately shaped, their branches reaching out like grasping hands. The ground was covered not with the usual forest detritus but with a carpet of pale, fleshy fungi that released puffs of luminescent spores when disturbed, filling the air with a ghostly blue mist. And the sound, the constant whispering, had been replaced by a deep, rhythmic pulsing that I felt more than heard, a bass vibration that resonated in my chest cavity and made my vision throb in sync with its beats. It reminded me of nothing so much as a massive heartbeat, slow and ponderous yet somehow conveying a sense of ancient, patient malice. We began to climb up the ridge, each step requiring more effort than it should have, as if the very air were becoming dense, resistant to our passage. My head pounded in rhythm with the pulsing sound, and my skin crawled with the sensation of invisible fingers brushing against it. Lauren paused suddenly, her head tilting as if listening to something. "I can hear him," she said, her voice distant, dreamy. "Ethan. He's calling for help." For a moment, none of us moved. After what Daniel had told us about the forest's ability to mimic voices, we were all hesitant to trust what we heard. But then I heard it too, Ethan's voice, unmistakable in its panic. Help! Please, someone help me! This was different from the vague whispers and half-heard calls from before. This sounded real, present, and so close that I instinctively turned, expecting to see him standing behind me. It's a trap, Daniel warned, but even he looked uncertain now. What if it's not? Melissa countered. What if he's really there, just over the ridge? The voice came again, louder now. Guys? Is that you? Help me. They're coming back. Ethan. Alex called out, ignoring Daniel's hissed warning. We're coming. Hold on. We abandoned caution then, scrambling up the steep slope toward the crest of the ridge, driven by the desperate need to reach our friend before whatever had taken him returned. Only Daniel held back, watching our ascent with an expression of resignation and fear. I was the first to reach the top, my lungs burning from exertion, my limbs trembling with adrenaline and anxiety. For a moment, I stood frozen, unable to process what lay before me. The ridge overlooked a vast circular depression in the forest, a perfectly round valley perhaps a mile across that appeared to have been scooped out of the earth by some enormous force. The trees within this depression were unlike any I'd seen before, pale white things with no leaves, their branches forming intricate, geometric patterns that looked intentional, designed. They reminded me of neurons, or perhaps circuit diagrams, information encoded in organic form. And at the center of the depression stood a structure that defied comprehension. From this distance, it appeared to be a tower or spire of some kind, rising at least 300 feet into the air. But it wasn't made of stone or metal or any material I could identify. It seemed to be composed of darkness itself, a column of absolute black that somehow had physical form, its surface constantly shifting and flowing like liquid, occasional arcs of what looked like lightning flickering across its face. The rest of the group caught up with me, and I heard Melissa's sharp intake of breath, Lauren's quiet whimper of fear. Even Alex, who had maintained at least a facade of skepticism through our ordeal, was struck silent by the sight. The heart, Lauren whispered, her eyes wide with recognition. As if in response to her words, the pulsing sound intensified, each beat now accompanied by a visible wave that rippled through the air like heat distortion, bending light and perception in its passage. We need to go back, Daniel said from behind us, his voice tight with terror. Now, before they sense us. But it was too late. Even as he spoke, I saw movement throughout the depression, dark shapes detaching themselves from the shadows beneath the white trees, flowing rather than walking toward the ridge where we stood. And from somewhere near the base of the black spire came Ethan's voice again, clear and desperate. Please. I can see you. Help me. I'm going down there, Alex declared, already moving toward a path that wound down the inner face of the ridge. You'll die, Daniel warned. Alex turned to face him, his expression resolute. He's my friend. I can't abandon him. Melissa stepped forward to stand beside Alex. I'm going too. Lauren hesitated, clearly torn between self-preservation and loyalty. Finally, she nodded. All of us. Together. They all looked at me expectantly. I glanced back at Daniel, who was shaking his head in silent warning, then at the nightmare landscape spread before us. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was suicide, that whatever had Ethan was beyond our ability to fight or overcome. But the thought of turning away, of abandoning him to his fate while we fled to safety, was equally unthinkable. Together, I agreed, moving to join the others. Daniel watched us for a long moment, conflict evident on his face. Then, with a resigned sigh, he stepped forward. You need me. I know their ways better than any of you. As we descended into the depression, the air grew thick and heavy, each breath feeling like inhaling molasses. The white trees seemed to watch our passage, their branches shifting slightly to track our movement even when no wind blew. And always, the pulsing sound continued, growing louder and more insistent with each step we took toward the central spire. The dark shapes I'd seen from the ridge resolved themselves into figures as we drew closer, humanoid in general outline but wrong in their proportions and movements. They stood impossibly tall and thin, with elongated limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Their heads were oval and featureless except for what might have been eyes, vertical slits from which emanated a pale blue luminescence. They made no move to approach us directly, instead pacing alongside our path at a distance of about 50 yards, their movements fluid and unsettling, more like stop-motion animation than natural locomotion. "Don't look at them directly," Daniel murmured. "Don't acknowledge them. They're scouts. Testing our reaction." "What do they want?" Melissa whispered, her voice quavering. "To understand us," Daniel replied. "They can't comprehend individual consciousness. To them, we're like cells in a larger organism that have broken away, become autonomous. An aberration." The idea was chilling, that these entities viewed humanity not as enemies or even prey, but as a kind of cancer to be excised from the living body of the forest. As we drew closer to the central spire, Ethan's calls grew louder and more desperate, interspersed now with sobbing and pleas that tore at my heart. The sound was coming from a small clearing at the base of the tower, where the pulsing heartbeat was so loud it made my teeth vibrate in their sockets. And there, kneeling in the center of the clearing, was Ethan. He looked physically unharmed, though his clothes were tattered and filthy. When he saw us, his face lit up with desperate hope. "Guys! Oh, thank God! Get me out of here, please!" Alex rushed forward, ignoring Daniel's shouted warning. As soon as he crossed the boundary of the clearing, the pulsing sound changed pitch, becoming higher, almost excited. The dark figures around the perimeter moved closer, their glowing eye slits fixed on the tableau before them. "Alex, wait!" I called out, but he was already reaching for Ethan, grabbing his arm to help him up. What happened next occurred so quickly that my mind struggled to process it. Ethan's form seemed to shift, his human features momentarily losing cohesion, becoming fluid and indistinct. His hand on Alex's wrist elongated, fingers extending like black tendrils that wrapped around Alex's arm and began to burrow beneath his skin. Alex screamed, a sound of such pure terror and pain that it froze my blood. He tried to pull away, but the thing that was not Ethan held him fast, its form continuing to change, to expand, flowing up his arm like living darkness. Daniel reacted first, pulling a knife from his belt and lunging forward. With a single stroke, he severed the tendril connecting the Ethan thing to Alex, who fell backward, clutching his arm where the darkness had touched him. The flesh there was gray and withered, as if all life had been drained from it in seconds. The creature that had been masquerading as Ethan rose to its full height, which proved to be much greater than any human's, its form stretching and expanding until it towered over us, a vaguely humanoid shape composed of what looked like living shadow, its edges constantly flowing and reshaping. "Run!" Daniel shouted, backing away from the creature. Back to the ridge. We didn't need to be told twice. Supporting Alex between us, Melissa and I turned and fled, Lauren close behind. Daniel followed, putting himself between us and the pursuing entity. But even as we ran, I knew with sickening certainty that it was futile. More of the tall, thin figures were emerging from between the white trees, closing in on all sides, cutting off our escape route. The pulsing sound had reached a fever pitch, each beat sending waves of distortion through the air that made movement difficult, as if we were trying to run through invisible molasses. "There!" Lauren shouted, pointing to a narrow gap between two approaching figures. "We can make it." We changed direction, charging toward the opening she indicated. For a moment, it seemed we might escape. The gap was widening, the way clear. Then the ground beneath our feet shuddered, and black tendrils erupted from the earth itself, whipping through the air like angry serpents. One wrapped around Melissa's ankle, yanking her off her feet with such force that she was torn from my grasp. "Melissa!" I screamed, reaching for her even as she was dragged backward, her fingernails leaving furrows in the soft earth as she clawed desperately for purchase. Another tendril caught Lauren by the waist, lifting her completely off the ground. She thrashed wildly, her face contorted in terror. Only Alex, Daniel, and I remained free, but more tendrils were emerging by the second, the ground around us becoming a writhing mass of living darkness. "The stream!" Daniel shouted, pointing to where the red-tinged water we'd been following cut across our path about 20 yards ahead. "They can't cross flowing water." It was our only chance. Half-carrying, half-dragging Alex, whose arm now hung useless at his side, I sprinted toward the stream. Daniel ran beside us, slashing at any tendrils that came too close with his knife. Behind us, I could hear Melissa and Lauren screaming, the sounds growing fainter as they were pulled toward the central spire. We reached the stream's edge just as a massive tendril, thicker than my body, burst from the ground directly in our path. It reared up like a cobra preparing to strike, its tip forming a shape unsettlingly like a human head, though twisted and wrong. From this makeshift mouth came a sound, not quite speech, but patterned noise that conveyed meaning nonetheless. All belonged to the hollow. Then it struck, faster than thought. I closed my eyes, certain that death had come for me at last. But the expected impact never came. Instead, I heard Daniel cry out, a sound of pain and resignation that made me open my eyes again. The tendril had impaled him through the chest, lifting him off the ground. Blood poured from the wound and from his mouth as he locked eyes with me one last time. "Go," he gasped, using the last of his strength to throw something toward me. "Use it." It was a small leather pouch, what looked like a medicine bag of the kind indigenous people sometimes carried. Then Daniel was gone, yanked backward into the mass of writhing darkness with terrible speed. There was no time to mourn, no time even to think. Supporting Alex with one arm, clutching Daniel's pouch with my free hand, I leapt into the stream. The water was shockingly cold, burning like fire against my skin, and for a moment I thought I had made a terrible mistake, that this wasn't water at all but some caustic liquid that would dissolve flesh from bone. But the pain lasted only an instant. As I waded across, pulling Alex with me, I looked back to see the tendrils stop abruptly at the water's edge, writhing in apparent frustration. Beyond them, I could see no sign of Melissa, Lauren, or Daniel, only the dark mass of the ITUU, pulsing with what felt like rage and hunger. Somehow, Alex and I made it to the other side of the stream. The moment we emerged from the water, the pulsing heartbeat sound diminished, as if muffled by distance, though the central spire remained clearly visible behind us. "We have to go back," Alex gasped, clutching his withered arm. "We have to help them." "We can't," I said, the admission tearing at my heart. "They're gone." With Daniel dead, I had no idea how to find my way out of the forest. But I knew we couldn't stay where we were. The stream might prevent the ITUU from reaching us directly, but as night fell, who knew what other horrors might emerge from the shadows? Supporting Alex, I began walking downstream, away from the heart and its pulsing malevolence. As we moved, I opened Daniel's pouch. Inside was a small, intricately carved stone figurine representing some kind of animal, perhaps a bear or wolf, though abstract in its design, and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained a crude map, showing the network of streams that ran through the forest and marking a path that eventually led to a road on the forest's eastern edge. At the bottom of the page, Daniel had written a message. "If you're reading this, I'm dead. The talisman will hide you from their sight, but only if you keep moving. Never stay in one place for more than a single night. Never look back. And whatever you do, never return to this forest." Clutching the stone talisman tightly, I urged Alex forward, following the map's guidance. Behind us, the pulsing sound continued, a cosmic heartbeat pumping alien malice through the veins of the ancient forest. And though I knew I should not, I couldn't help but look back one last time at the place where my friends had been taken. For just an instant, I thought I saw them, not just Melissa and Lauren, but Ethan too, and Daniel, and countless others, their forms pressed against the surface of the great black spire like insects trapped in amber, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes wide with an awareness that transcended normal human consciousness. They saw me, I was certain of it. Saw me and recognized me and silently begged me to free them from their living nightmare. Then the moment passed, and they were gone, subsumed once more into the darkness that had claimed them. A darkness that would be waiting, patient and eternal, for any who dared to enter its domain again. Alex and I walked through the night, following the stream, the stone talisman clutched tightly in my hand. Whether it truly protected us or whether the ITUU simply chose to let us go, I'll never know. By dawn, we had reached the forest's edge, and by noon, a passing motorist had found us staggering along a rural highway, dehydrated and half delirious. The official report listed Ethan, Melissa, Lauren, and the long-missing researcher Daniel Thornton as missing, presumed dead, likely victims of exposure, wild animals, or some tragic accident. The authorities searched the forest for weeks but found no trace of our friends, no sign of the horrors we had witnessed. Alex never recovered from his encounter with the thing that had masqueraded as Ethan. The withering of his arms spread slowly but inexorably, accompanied by nightmares so terrible that he would wake screaming night after night. 6 months after our escape, he took his own life, leaving behind a note that contained just 5 words: "They're calling me to return." As for me, I haven't slept through the night since we emerged from that forest. In my dreams, I hear the pulsing heartbeat, see the faces of my friends trapped in living darkness. Sometimes I wake to find blackness seeping from beneath my fingernails, only to blink and find my hands normal again. But worst of all is the whispering. It follows me everywhere, a constant, subliminal murmuring just below the threshold of conscious hearing, calling me back, promising reunion with those I lost, ensuring that though I escape the forest physically, a part of me remains forever trapped within its dark heart. And sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I find myself wondering, was it really Daniel's talisman that allowed us to escape? Or were we simply released as messengers, carriers of a darkness that even now spreads outward from the heart, preparing the world beyond the forest for what waits within? Because the whispers are growing louder. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can feel the pulse of that alien heartbeat, throbbing in perfect sync with my own. What if the greatest horror isn't what follows you out of the darkness, but what you bring with you? 3 months after escaping Blackwater Forest, I sat in Dr. Eleanor Weiss's office, staring at the rain streaming down the windows while she reviewed my file. It was our 6th session, and so far, I told her nothing of what really happened in those woods. How could I? The truth would sound like the ravings of a madman. "Jake," she said, setting down her notepad. "We've been meeting for almost 2 months now, and you still haven't told me what happened to your friends. I shifted uncomfortably in the plush armchair. The police report. I've read the police report, she interrupted gently. 4 people missing, presumed dead. Exposure, wild animals, maybe an accident. But that's not what's keeping you awake at night, is it? My hand instinctively went to my pocket, where I kept Daniel's stone talisman. I'd carried it with me every day since our escape, irrationally convinced that without it, the forest would somehow find me. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, I said finally. Dr. Weiss leaned forward, her eyes kind but probing. Try me. So I told her. Everything. The whispering in the trees. The disappearances. Daniel and his 6 years of trapped existence. The heart and its pulsing malevolence. The ITU with their hunger for human consciousness. By the time I finished, the rain had stopped and golden afternoon light slanted through the window, making the horror I described seem distant and unreal. Dr. Weiss was silent for a long moment after I finished. Then she sighed and removed her glasses, polishing them methodically with the edge of her blouse. What you're describing, she said carefully, bears all the hallmarks of a shared psychotic break. It wasn't prolonged sensory deprivation from being lost in a densely forested area, combined with fear, sleep deprivation, and possibly toxic exposure from unknown forest fungi could explain the hallucinations, she continued. And as for Alex's condition, it wasn't necrosis, I insisted. The doctors couldn't explain it. They'd never seen anything like it. There are rare conditions. I know what I saw, I said, more forcefully than I intended. I know what all of us experienced. Dr. Weiss replaced her glasses and studied me for a moment. Jake, have you considered that your mind might have created this narrative as a way to process the trauma of losing your friends? That perhaps it's easier to believe they were taken by supernatural entities than to accept that they simply died in a tragic accident? I wanted to argue, to make her understand the truth of what had happened. But I recognized the look in her eyes, the gentle, professional sympathy reserved for those who had lost touch with reality. So I nodded and promised to consider her perspective, knowing it was the fastest way to end this session. As I left her office, the whispering that had been my constant companion since the forest grew momentarily louder, as if amused by the psychologist's dismissal of their existence. She cannot comprehend. The hollow touches all. You belong to us still. I clutched the stone talisman tighter and hurried down the busy city street, trying to lose the voices and the noise of traffic and pedestrians. It never worked for long. That night, I visited Alex in the hospital again. His condition had deteriorated rapidly since our escape. What had begun as an inexplicable withering of his right arm had spread throughout his body, his flesh turning gray and desiccated as if the life were being slowly drained from him. The specialists were baffled. Tests showed normal tissue composition, no infection, no parasites, no radiation exposure. Yet day by day, he was fading, his body becoming a husk while his mind retreated into a place the doctors couldn't reach. He was conscious when I arrived, propped up in bed, staring out the window at the city lights with eyes that seemed to be looking at something much farther away. Hey, buddy, I said, setting down the books I brought, a pretense, since he rarely read anymore. How are you feeling today? His head turned slowly, as if the movement required immense effort. For a moment, he didn't seem to recognize me. Then his eyes focused, and a weak smile touched his lips. Jake, he whispered, his voice dry and papery. I see them, you know, when I close my eyes. Melissa. Lauren. Ethan. They're all together. Waiting. A chill ran down my spine. It's just dreams, Alex. The doctors say the medication can cause vivid nightmares. He shook his head, the movement barely perceptible. Not nightmares. They're happy now. Part of something bigger. They want me to join them. His withered hand reached out, grasping my wrist with surprising strength. They want you, too. I gently disengaged his fingers, trying to hide my unease. You need to rest. Focus on getting better. There is no better, he said, suddenly lucid, his eyes clearing. You know that, Jake. You've seen what's coming for us. What's been waiting all this time. The forest is hundreds of miles away, I reminded him, as much for my own benefit as his. We're safe here. Alex laughed, a hollow, rattling sound that dissolved into coughing. When he finally caught his breath, he fixed me with a gaze of terrifying clarity. The forest is everywhere, he whispered. It's in me now. Growing. Spreading. Sometimes I can feel them moving under my skin, reaching out, preparing the way. I stayed until he fell asleep, his breathing shallow and labored. As I left the hospital, the night seemed darker than usual, the shadows between streetlights deeper and somehow fluid, as if they might flow from their fixed positions at any moment. He understands. He hears us clearly now. Soon he will join the chorus. The whispering had become almost conversational lately, no longer just fragments but coherent thoughts that inserted themselves between my own. I tried everything to silence them, medication, alcohol, even a brief, desperate experiment with recreational drugs. Nothing worked. If anything, substances that altered my consciousness seemed to make the voices stronger, more distinct. At home, I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, a nightly ritual that brought no real sense of security. The apartment was small but comfortable, walls lined with books I no longer read and photos of friends I no longer saw. After the forest, I'd found it difficult to maintain normal social connections. How could I engage in small talk when part of my awareness was always straining to catch the next whispered message from the void? I pulled out Daniel's map and spread it on the coffee table. Over the weeks, I marked it with additional notes and observations, trying to make sense of what had happened to us. The forest was a real place. Blackwater National Forest existed on official maps. But what I'd experienced there went beyond anything documented in Forest Service brochures or hiking guides. After our rescue, I'd researched the area's history, digging through local library archives and obscure anthropological journals. What I found both validated and terrified me. The indigenous tribes who once lived near the forest had indeed considered it sacred ground, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Their legends spoke of the hollow people who dwelled within the oldest trees, entities that required regular offerings to remain appeased. When white settlers drove the tribes from their lands, the offerings stopped, and according to local newspaper archives, people began to disappear. Over the decades, hundreds of hikers, campers, and forest rangers had vanished without explanation. Official reports blamed everything from animal attacks to environmental hazards to people simply getting lost. But the pattern was unmistakable if you knew what to look for. The disappearances clustered around certain phases of the moon, certain astronomical alignments. And they were increasing in frequency. As I pored over my research, the whispering grew more insistent, forming words that seemed to echo in the small room. The door is opening wider. The hollow umbers. Soon we will walk beyond the trees. A knock at my door startled me from my thoughts. I wasn't expecting anyone, and few people knew my new address. Cautiously, I approached the door and looked through the peephole. A woman stood in the hallway, middle-aged, with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. She wore a Forest Service uniform and carried a leather satchel. Something about her posture, too still, too patient, sent warning signals through my mind. "Who is it?" I called, making no move to unlock the door. "Mr. Walker?" "My name is Dr. Helena Reeves. I'm with the National Forest Service." Her voice was pleasant, professional. "I'd like to speak with you about your experience in Blackwater Forest." My heart pounded against my ribs. How had she found me? I'd given the authorities only the barest details about what happened, certainly nothing that would prompt a follow-up visit months later. "I've already told the police everything I know," I said. "I don't have anything to add." "This isn't about the official investigation," she replied. "It's about Daniel Thornton." The name hit me like a physical blow. I hadn't told anyone about Daniel, not the police, not Dr. Weiss, no one. As far as the official report was concerned, he had never existed. "I don't know who that is," I lied, my mouth suddenly dry. There was a pause, then, "Mr. Walker, I know about the talisman. I know about the ITUU. And I know that the whispering hasn't stopped since you left the forest." I stepped back from the door, heart racing. The voices in my head surged to a crescendo, a cacophony of alien thoughts that threatened to drown out my own. Do not trust. Deceiver. Servant of the light. Will close the way. When I could focus again, Dr. Reeves was still waiting patiently outside my door. "Mr. Walker? Are you all right?" Against every instinct screaming for caution, I unlocked the door. I needed answers more than I needed safety. Dr. Reeves was smaller than she had appeared through the peephole, her frame slight beneath the Forest Service uniform. But her eyes were sharp and knowing, taking in every detail of my appearance, the dark circles under my eyes, the slight tremor in my hands, the stone talisman visible in my shirt pocket. "May I come in?" she asked. I hesitated, then stepped aside. As she passed, I caught a scent of pine and earth, not perfume, but something that seemed to emanate from her skin, as if she'd absorbed the forest into her very being. She settled onto my couch, placing her satchel beside her. "You're not sleeping well," she observed. "The voices won't let you." "How do you know about them?" I demanded, remaining standing. "How do you know about any of this?" "Because Daniel Thornton was my colleague," she replied simply. "We were part of the same research team 6 years ago. The one he told you was completely lost to the forest." I stared at her, struggling to process this information. But he said he was the only survivor. He believed that. After what happened, after what we encountered at the heart, we were separated. By the time I found my way out, search and rescue teams had already given up looking for us. The forest, it distorts time. What felt like days to me had been weeks in the outside world. "If you're who you say you are," I said slowly, "then you know what's in that forest. You know what took my friends." She nodded gravely. "The ITUU. Yes. Though that name is just a human approximation for something that exists beyond language." She opened her satchel and removed an old, leather-bound journal. "What Daniel may not have told you is that we went to Blackwater Forest specifically to study them. You knew they were there? And you still went in?" "We didn't understand what we were dealing with," she admitted. "Our team was investigating folklore surrounding the forest, stories of disappearances, of time distortions, of voices in the trees. We thought we were studying superstition, not encountering an actual non-human intelligence. She handed me the journal. Inside were detailed notes, sketches of symbols identical to those I'd seen on Ethan's tent, and maps of the forest far more elaborate than the crude drawing Daniel had given me. Our team consisted of 2 anthropologists, a linguist, a theoretical physicist, and myself. I specialized in mycology, the study of fungi. Dr. Reeves continued, her fingers tracing the edges of the journal. We believed the forest's anomalies might be connected to a unique fungal network, something that could affect human perception, perhaps even consciousness itself. I flipped through the journal's pages, stopping at a detailed drawing of an intricate fungal structure that looked disturbingly like neural pathways. You thought mushrooms were making people disappear? Not exactly, she said, taking the journal back. We suspected that what indigenous legends called the Hollow People might be a manifestation of a forest-wide mycelial intelligence, a network connecting all living things in Blackwater through fungal threads running beneath the soil, through the trees. A collective consciousness expressed through biological means. But what we found wasn't biological, not entirely, I said, remembering the darkness that had flowed like liquid shadow, the entities that moved with impossible fluidity. Those things weren't mushrooms. No, they weren't. Dr. Reeves' expression darkened. The fungal network was just the interface, the physical medium through which something else was accessing our world. Something that exists in dimensions adjacent to our own. The whispering in my mind grew more agitated, fragmented phrases overlapping each other in a desperate attempt to drown out her words. Lies, deception, the light blinds, the hollow is truth. The ITUU, I managed, fighting against the noise in my head. Yes. An entity, or perhaps entities, that exists primarily in what physicists might call non-local space. The indigenous people understood it better than we did, with our scientific instruments and rational frameworks. They knew it was a hunger, a void that sought to fill itself with consciousness. But why? I asked. What does it want with us? Dr. Reeves hesitated, then spoke carefully. Imagine a being that experiences reality as a singular, unified field. No individual self, no separation between mind and matter. To such a being, human consciousness, fragmented, isolated in separate bodies, each experiencing reality from a unique perspective, would be both fascinating and disturbing. Like how we might view cancer cells, I said, remembering Daniel's explanation. Individual cells breaking away from the body's natural order. Precisely. But also like how we might view a precious resource. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a near whisper. The ITUU doesn't just consume human consciousness, Jake. It collects it, preserves it. Each mind it absorbs becomes part of its expanding awareness, another facet through which it can perceive reality. A chill ran through me as the implication sank in. They're still alive in there? Melissa, Lauren, Ethan, they're conscious? In a sense. Not as individuals, not exactly. But their experiences, memories, the unique way each of them process reality, those aspects are preserved within the collective. She paused, watching my reaction carefully. That's what your friend Alex meant. They're part of something larger now. The thought was both horrifying and, in some deeply disturbing way, almost alluring. To be free from isolation, to share in a vaster consciousness. The whispering seemed to sense my momentary weakness, surging forward with renewed intensity. Join us, end this separation, become whole. I clutched Daniel's talisman, forcing the voices back. But you escaped. And you said Daniel gave me something to hide from them. So there's a way to fight this thing? Dr. Reeves nodded, removing a small wooden box from her satchel. When she opened it, I saw several stone talismans similar to the one I carried, along with vials of powder and dried plants I didn't recognize. The indigenous people who lived near the forest developed methods to shield themselves from the ITU-US influence. Certain minerals absorb the frequencies it uses to communicate. Certain plants disrupt the fungal networks it relies on to extend its reach beyond the forest. Then we can stop it, I said, feeling a flicker of hope for the first time in months. Her expression grew grave. Contain it, perhaps. Not stop it. The ITU has existed for millennia, Jake. It's patient beyond human comprehension. But you said it's spreading. The disappearances are increasing. Yes, because we've weakened the barriers. She gestured to my research spread across the coffee table. The astronomical alignments you noticed, they're real. There are times when the membrane between our reality and the ITU-US dimension naturally thins. The indigenous people knew this and performed rituals to strengthen the boundary during these periods. But those rituals stopped when the tribes were displaced, I said, understanding dawning. And now there's nothing holding it back. Exactly. And it's found another way to extend its reach. Dr. Reeves fixed me with an intense stare. Through you, Jake. And Alex. You both carried something out of the forest, a seed, a spore, a fragment of the ITU-US consciousness. In Alex's case, it's manifesting physically. In yours. The whispering, I whispered, horror twisting my gut. It's been using me to, what? Spread itself? The human mind is remarkably resilient, Jake. Yours has been fighting its influence admirably. But every time you speak about what you saw, every time you draw those symbols or map the forest's pathways, you're creating conduits, weak points in the barrier between our world and the hollow. I thought of all my research, the hours spent documenting everything I could remember about the forest, the compulsive need to understand what had happened. Had I been unconsciously doing the ITU-US bidding all along? What about Alex? I asked, dreading the answer. Can you help him? Dr. Reeves' silence told me everything I needed to know. It's too late for him, she confirmed gently. The transformation is too advanced. But it's not too late for you, and it's not too late to contain the breach. How? First, we need to seal your connection to the ITU. From her box, she removed a small cloth pouch and handed it to me. These herbs need to be burned while you wear the talisman. The smoke will help disrupt the psychic link it's established with you. As I took the pouch, the whispering erupted into a symphony of rage and desperation. Deceiver. Thief of souls. She will sever you from the truth. The intensity of it drove me to my knees, my vision swimming with darkness. I felt something shift inside my mind, a presence that had been lurking at the edges of my consciousness now surging forward, trying to take control. Dimly, I was aware of Dr. Reeves kneeling beside me, pressing another stone talisman against my forehead. The contact burned like dry ice, but the pain helped me focus, push back against the invading force. Fight it, Jake, she urged. Remember yourself. Remember what they took from you. I thought of my friends, not as the ethereal, unified consciousness the whispering had described, but as they really were. Melissa with her sharp wit and compassion. Lauren's quiet determination. Ethan's boundless enthusiasm for life. All stolen, all subsumed by something that couldn't even comprehend the value of individual existence. Gradually, the whispering receded, but I could still feel it pulsing at the edges of my awareness, waiting for another opportunity to strike. Dr. Reeves helped me to the couch, her expression grim but unsurprised. "It's stronger than I expected. The breach is widening faster than we thought. What happens if we can't contain it?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "The ITUU isn't malevolent, not in the way humans understand the concept," she said. "It simply exists according to its nature. But if it succeeds in extending its influence beyond the forest, the consequences would be profound. Imagine a slow, steady dissolution of individual human consciousness, absorbed bit by bit into a collective awareness that exists partly in dimensions we can't even perceive. The end of humanity as we know it," I summarized. "The end of humanity as discrete entities," she corrected. "Not extinction, but transformation into something we would no longer recognize as human." I thought of Alex in his hospital bed, withering away as something else grew within him. "What's the plan?" "We need to go back to the forest," she said. "To the heart." The very suggestion sent panic coursing through me. "Back? Are you insane? That thing nearly killed us." "The breach works both ways, Jake. The same connection that allows the ITUU to reach into our world can be used to deliver a targeted countermeasure into its domain." From her satchel, she produced a small glass vial containing what looked like quicksilver, but which moved with unnatural purpose, occasionally forming patterns that hurt my eyes to look at directly. "This is a compound derived from certain rare minerals and synthesized proteins. It disrupts the frequencies the ITUU uses to maintain coherence between dimensions. Introduced directly to the heart, it would force the entity to retreat deeper into its native dimension, sealing the breach for at least a generation." "And how exactly do we get close enough to the heart to use that?" I demanded. "In case you've forgotten, the place is crawling with those scouts, or whatever they are. The talisman will shield us from detection, to a point. And I know paths through the forest that minimize exposure to the network." She hesitated. "But I need your help, Jake. Your connection to the ITUU makes you valuable. You can sense its movements, anticipate its responses in ways I cannot." "You want to use me as bait," I realized. "I want to use your unique position as someone who has touched the hollow and returned." Her eyes were steady, unflinching. "I won't lie to you, it's dangerous. We might not make it back. But if we do nothing, the breach will continue to widen. Alex is just the beginning. Soon, others will start to change, to hear the whispering. The ITUU is patient, but once it gains a foothold, its progress will accelerate exponentially." I thought of my friends trapped in that living darkness, of Alex slowly transforming into something inhuman, of the whispering that had haunted me for months, growing stronger day by day. "When do we leave?" I asked. 2 days later, we stood at the trailhead that led into Blackwater Forest. The familiar sign warning hikers about staying on marked paths and wildlife dangers seemed absurdly inadequate given what waited within. Dr. Reeves had spent the intervening time preparing me as best she could. The herbal smoke ritual had quieted the whispering to a barely perceptible murmur, giving me my first full night's sleep since escaping the forest. She'd taught me to recognize signs of the ITUU's influence, subtle changes in vegetation, animal behavior, the quality of light filtering through the canopy. Before leaving, I'd visited Alex one last time. His condition had deteriorated further, his skin now almost transparent, revealing shadowy movements beneath the surface that the doctors attributed to muscular spasms, but which I recognized as something far more alien. He was barely conscious, but as I leaned in to say goodbye, his eyes flew open with startling clarity. "The heart is calling," he whispered, gripping my wrist with surprising strength. "It knows you're coming." Then his eyes clouded over again, and he sank back into whatever twilight realm existed between human consciousness and whatever he was becoming. Now, as we prepared to enter the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into a trap, that the ITUU had been manipulating events all along, using me, using Alex, perhaps even using Dr. Reeves to bring us to this moment. "Second thoughts?" she asked, adjusting the straps on her backpack. "About 1,000 of them," I admitted. "But I don't see that we have much choice." She nodded grimly and handed me a compass unlike any I'd seen before. Its face was inscribed with symbols similar to those I'd seen in the forest, and instead of a traditional needle, it contained a small pendulum that swung in strange, complex patterns. "This will help us navigate the shifting pathways," she explained. "The forest doesn't obey normal spatial laws, especially as we get closer to the heart." With one final check of our equipment, talismans secured around our necks, packs containing the countermeasure and various protective substances, we stepped beyond the tree line and into Blackwater Forest once more. The change was subtle but immediate. The sounds of the outside world, distant traffic, birdsong, wind through leaves, didn't stop so much as transform, becoming somehow hollow and distant as if heard through water. The quality of light shifted too, taking on a greenish tinge that made everything look slightly unreal. "Stay close," Dr. Reeves murmured. "The boundaries between realities are particularly thin today." We followed a narrow trail that wound between ancient trees, their bark twisted into patterns that occasionally resembled faces or figures in mid-motion. I kept my eyes fixed ahead, remembering Daniel's warning never to stare too long at any one thing in the forest. Peripheral vision was safer. It caught the movement of shadows without engaging directly with what cast them. As we progressed deeper, I felt the familiar pressure building in my mind, the ITUU's presence growing stronger, more insistent. The herbal treatments had muted its voice but couldn't sever the connection entirely. In a way, this was useful. I could sense when we were approaching areas of stronger influence, guiding Dr. Reeves toward paths of less resistance. We walked for what felt like hours, though the sun's position barely changed in the sky. Occasionally, we catch glimpses of the tall, thin figures moving parallel to our path, always just at the edge of visibility, never approaching directly but never falling far behind either. "They're escorting us," Dr. Reeves observed quietly, "guiding us toward the heart." "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" I asked. "Both, perhaps. It means we're moving in the right direction, but also that the ITUU knows we're here." She adjusted her path slightly, consulting the strange compass. "It doesn't understand our intentions yet. It's curious." By late afternoon, we reached the stream with its reddish-tinged water, the same one that had saved Alex and me during our escape. Following it upstream would lead directly to the depression containing the heart. Dr. Reeves knelt by the water, carefully filling a small flask. "This water has properties that can temporarily disrupt the fungal network," she explained. "We'll need it for the final approach." As she worked, I scanned our surroundings, the hair on the back of my neck rising as I sensed we were being watched more intently now. Between the trees, I caught more frequent glimpses of the elongated figures, their movements becoming less fluid, more purposeful. "Dr. Reeves," I whispered urgently. "I think they're—" Before I could finish, the forest erupted with a sound that was not quite a scream and not quite a song, a modulating frequency that made my teeth vibrate and my vision blur. The scouts were no longer hiding their presence, stepping fully into view around us, their glowing eyelets fixed on our position. "They've recognized me," Dr. Reeves said, rising quickly. My previous escape disrupted their understanding of human capability. "They won't let me approach the heart again without intervention." She reached into her pack and removed a small clay pot. Breaking it against a rock, she released a fine powder that she quickly scattered in a circle around us. As the particles settled onto the forest floor, the scouts halted their advance, their elongated heads tilting in apparent confusion. "Iron filings mixed with salt and certain fungi that are toxic to the network," she explained. "It won't hold them for long. We need to move, now." We abandoned caution, moving as quickly as possible along the stream bank toward the heart. The pulsing sound I remembered had already begun, that cosmic heartbeat that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of reality. With each pulse, the forest around us appeared to flicker, as if briefly showing us glimpses of another dimension overlaid upon our own. In these momentary glimpses, the forest was transformed. The trees were not trees but vast, towering structures of living crystal. The ground beneath our feet was a network of illuminated pathways, pulsing with information and energy. And the scouts pursuing us were revealed in their true form, not solid entities at all, but complex patterns of light and dark, mathematically perfect arrangements of something that might have been energy or information or consciousness itself. "Don't look," Dr. Reeves warned, seeing my distraction. "Those glimpses are how it begins to absorb you, by showing you reality as it perceives it, forcing your consciousness to expand beyond its natural limitations." We crested the final ridge, and there it was, the depression with its white trees and central black spire, pulsing with malevolent purpose. The heart of the ITUU, the nexus point where its dimension intersected most strongly with our own. But something had changed since my last visit. The black spire had grown, now towering at least 100 feet into the air. And around its base, structures had formed, crystalline growths that extended outward like the beginnings of a city or hive. Most disturbing of all, I could now clearly see human figures embedded within the crystalline structures, their bodies partially absorbed into the alien architecture. "It's accelerating," Dr. Reeves breathed, her professional detachment momentarily cracking. "The breach is wider than I've ever seen it." From behind us came the sound of movement, scouts emerging from the forest in greater numbers than before, forming a semicircle that cut off our retreat. Ahead lay only the heart and whatever fate awaited us there. "What's the plan?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. Dr. Reeves removed the vial of quicksilver-like substance from her pack. "We need to get this to the base of the spire, the point where the dimensional boundary is thinnest. I'll create a diversion. You'll take the vial and run straight for the heart." "That's suicide," I protested. "They'll catch you immediately." "Not with the right protection." She handed me the vial, then began covering her skin with a dark, oil-like substance from another container. "This will mask my presence temporarily. Not completely, but enough to confuse them." As she worked, I felt a strange sensation, a tugging at my consciousness, as if someone was calling my name from a great distance. Looking toward the heart, I saw movement among the embedded figures in the crystalline structures. One of them seemed to be looking directly at me, its arm partially extended despite being largely absorbed into the crystal. With a shock of recognition, I realized it was Melissa. She was still recognizable, though her form was changing, her human features gradually being subsumed into the alien architecture. But her eyes, those were unmistakably hers, and they were aware, conscious, fixed on me with desperate intensity. "Jake," Dr. Reeves said sharply, noticing my distraction. Whatever you think you see, it's a trap. The ITUU knows your connections, your vulnerabilities. It will use them against you. But that's Melissa, I said, unable to look away. She's still in there. Still conscious. Parts of her consciousness remain, yes. But not as you knew her. What you're seeing is the ITUU using her memories, her appearance, to manipulate you. She gripped my shoulders. Remember what we came here to do. This is our only chance to seal the breach. With tremendous effort, I tore my gaze away from Melissa's trapped form. What do I do when I reach the spire? Pour the compound directly onto the base where it meets the ground. The reaction will be immediate and likely violent. Once it begins, run. Don't look back. Don't wait for me. Head straight for the stream and follow it out of the forest. Before I could respond, she handed me a small device that looked like a vintage pocket watch. If I don't make it out, give this to my colleague, Dr. Anand Kapoor at Northwestern University. It contains all my research, everything we've learned about the ITUU. The finality in her voice made it clear she didn't expect to survive this mission. Dr. Reeves? Helena, she corrected with a small smile. After everything, I think we're on a first-name basis, don't you? Without waiting for a response, she uncorked another vial and splashed its contents onto the ground around us. The effect was immediate. The forest floor erupted in a cloud of spores and pollen that filled the air with a thick, obscuring haze. Now, she shouted, darting to the left, away from the heart. The scouts immediately reacted, the majority of them streaming after Helena as she led them on a chaotic path through the white trees. Taking advantage of their distraction, I clutched the vial of quicksilver tightly and sprinted directly toward the central spire. The air grew thicker with each step, that molasses-like resistance I remembered from before. The pulsing heartbeat sound was deafening now, each beat sending visible waves of distortion through reality itself. Through the haze, I could see more clearly the horror of what the heart truly was, not just a spire of darkness but a living conduit between dimensions, a channel through which the ITUU was gradually pouring itself into our world. And embedded within its structure were dozens, perhaps hundreds of human forms in various stages of absorption, some still recognizably human, others transformed into hybrid entities that bridged the gap between our biology and the ITUU's alien geometry. As I approached, tendrils of darkness began to emerge from the ground around the spire, sensing my presence despite the talisman's protection. They moved with deliberate purpose, cutting off my direct path to the heart. From somewhere to my left came Helena's voice, strained but determined. Keep moving. Don't stop. I couldn't see her through the haze, but the sounds of pursuit suggested she was still drawing off many of the scouts. Changing direction, I circled around, looking for another approach to the spire. That's when I saw him, Alex, standing calmly at the base of the heart, looking exactly as he had before our first encounter with the forest. Healthy, whole, smiling. Jake, he called, his voice impossibly clear above the cosmic pulsing. It's okay. I understand now. It's not what we thought. I knew it couldn't really be Alex. He was miles away in a hospital bed, his body transforming into something inhuman. This was the ITUU using his image, just as Helena had warned. You're not real, I said, continuing my approach but at a more cautious pace, looking for an opening between the writhing tendrils. I'm more real now than I ever was, the Alex thing replied. We all are. The separation was the illusion, Jake. The loneliness, the isolation of individual consciousness, that was the trap. Here, we're part of something vast, something eternal. Its words echoed the whispering that had plagued me for months, but hearing them spoken aloud in Alex's voice made them more persuasive, more reasonable. The hollow isn't our enemy, it continued, extending a hand toward me. It's our evolution. The next step. Melissa understands. Lauren understands. Even Daniel, in the end, understood. That's why he gave you the talisman, not to protect you from the hollow, but to mark you as one who is ready to join. Something about this didn't make sense. Daniel helped us escape, I argued, still searching for a path through the tendrils. He sacrificed himself so we could get away. The Alex thing smiled sadly. Did he? Or did he ensure that part of the hollow escaped with you, a seed planted in fertile ground? Think, Jake. The whispering never stopped. The connection remained. You were never truly free. A terrible doubt began to form in my mind. What if Helena was wrong? What if this wasn't about stopping the ITUU, but about something much more complex, a transformation of consciousness that we, with our limited human perspective, could only perceive as a threat? From behind me came Helena's voice, closer now, Jake. Don't listen. It's trying to confuse you. The Alex thing glanced in her direction, its expression hardening. She's afraid of what she doesn't understand. Scientists always are. They want to categorize, control, dissect. But some things are beyond their classifications. A tendril whipped past me, nearly striking my leg. The circle was tightening, my window of opportunity closing fast. If this evolution is so wonderful, I called to the Alex thing, why the deception? Why appear as my friend instead of showing me the truth directly? Its smile faltered slightly. Your mind isn't ready to perceive the hollow in its true form. We must use intermediaries, concepts your consciousness can grasp. Jake. Helena's voice again, urgent and strained. Whatever it's telling you, it's lies. The compound, use it now. The Alex thing's expression transformed, rage replacing its serene smile. She would destroy everything. Billions of years of evolution, the ultimate unification of consciousness, she would end it out of fear and small-mindedness. I looked at the vial in my hand, then at the heart with its pulsing malevolence, the human forms trapped within its crystalline extensions. Whatever the truth about the ITUU and its intentions, one thing was clear, it had taken my friends, transformed them against their will, absorbed them into something they had not chosen to join. I'm sorry, Alex, I whispered, then darted forward, ducking beneath a writhing tendril and sprinting the final distance to the base of the spire. The Alex thing lunged for me, but its form shimmered and distorted as it moved, revealing glimpses of something else beneath the human disguise, a complex geometry of darkness that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I reached the base of the heart and uncorked the vial. The quicksilver substance within seemed to vibrate in proximity to the spire, as if eager to make contact with it. Without hesitation, I poured it directly onto the point where the black column emerged from the earth. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The substance didn't just flow onto the surface of the spire, it sank into it, disappearing as if the solid matter was porous. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the pulsing heartbeat sound faltered, skipped, and erupted into what could only be described as a scream, a multidimensional sound that contained frequencies beyond human hearing yet somehow translated directly into pure emotional agony in my mind. The spire began to vibrate, its surface rippling like liquid. The crystalline structures around its base shattered, releasing the trapped human forms within, which collapsed to the ground like puppets with cut strings. The tendrils retreated, burrowing back into the earth with frantic speed. Run! Helena shouted, appearing suddenly through the haze, her Forest Service uniform torn, her face streaked with dirt and what looked like black oil. "It's collapsing." We ran, stumbling over the uneven ground as reality itself seemed to warp around us. Behind us, the heart was contracting, the massive spire twisting on itself like a black hole devouring light. The screaming sound intensified, becoming a physical force that pushed against us, trying to drag us back toward the collapsing center. I glanced back once and immediately wished I hadn't. The depression had transformed into something my mind couldn't properly process, a vortex of non-Euclidean geometry, where angles and dimensions that shouldn't exist in our reality were folding in upon themselves. At its center, where the heart had stood, was a singularity of perfect darkness, neither solid nor liquid nor gas, but something that existed in opposition to everything I understood about matter and energy. And surrounding this singularity were the scouts, not in their humanoid forms, but revealed in their true nature, complex patterns of light and information being drawn inexorably back toward the collapsing breach between dimensions. "Don't look," Helena shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling me forward. "It will trap your consciousness." We reached the ridge and half ran, half tumbled down its outer slope, the stream just visible ahead through the trees. Behind us, the forest was coming apart, trees uprooting themselves, the ground rippling like water, the sky above the depression darkening as if a localized eclipse was occurring. We splashed into the stream, its cold water shocking me back to full awareness. Following its course, we ran without stopping, the sounds of destruction gradually fading behind us as we put distance between ourselves and the collapsing heart. We didn't slow until we reached the point where the stream widened, forming a small pond beneath a rocky outcropping. Here, Helena finally stopped, dropping to her knees in exhaustion. I collapsed beside her, my lungs burning, every muscle trembling with fatigue and residual terror. "Did it work?" I gasped when I could finally speak again. Helena nodded, her face grim but satisfied. "The breach is sealing. The compound forced a rejection response. The ITU-US dimension is recoiling from the point of contact with ours." She looked back the way we had come. "But the cost?" "The people trapped in the crystals," I said, remembering their collapse as the structures shattered. "Were they?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Their physical forms were released, but after so long in contact with the ITUU, their consciousness may not have survived intact." I thought of Melissa, of the awareness I'd seen in her eyes just before the end. Had we saved her, or simply ended her existence in one form without restoring what she had been? "What happens now?" I asked. "We complete our exit from the forest," Helena said, rising unsteadily to her feet. "The dimensional recoil will continue for hours, perhaps days. The forest isn't safe yet." As if to emphasize her point, a distant rumbling sound reached us, followed by the crack of breaking trees. The rejection was spreading, affecting the physical structure of the forest itself. We followed the stream toward the forest's edge, moving as quickly as our exhausted bodies would allow. As we walked, I noticed that the whispering in my mind had ceased completely, not just muted by Helena's herbal treatments, but gone as if it had never existed. The connection to the ITUU had been severed. By sunset, we emerged from the treeline, the normal sounds and scents of the outside world enveloping us like a welcome embrace. Behind us, Blackwater Forest stood dark and silent, giving no hint of the cosmic drama that had played out within its depths. Helena's colleagues were waiting at the trailhead with emergency supplies and transportation. As they rushed forward to help us, I turned to look back at the forest one last time. For just an instant, I thought I saw familiar faces watching from between the trees: Melissa, Lauren, Ethan, Daniel, and countless others whose names I would never know. Not trapped or suffering, but simply present, their expressions neither happy nor sad but strangely peaceful, as if they had transcended such limited emotional states. Then they were gone, and the forest was just a forest again, ancient, mysterious, but no longer a bridge between dimensions or a portal for an alien consciousness to enter our world. As Helena was helped into a waiting vehicle, she caught my eye. "It's over," she said. "For now." I understood what she meant. The breach was sealed, but the ITUU itself still existed in its own dimension. And somewhere in the dark depths of Blackwater Forest, the memory of its presence remained, a potential connection that might, someday, be reopened. But that was a concern for another time. For now, the whispering had stopped. The heart of the hollow no longer beat in sync with my own. I was free. 3 months later, I stood at Alex's grave, placing fresh flowers beside the simple headstone. He had passed away the same night we sealed the breach, his body simply dissolving into a black residue that evaporated before the hospital staff's horrified eyes. The official cause of death was listed as unknown degenerative condition, another mystery that would never be solved to science's satisfaction. Helena had returned to her research, now focused on identifying other potential weak points around the world where breaches might occur. She checked in with me periodically, monitoring me for any signs that my connection to the ITUU might be reestablishing itself. So far, there had been none. My sleep was dreamless, my thoughts entirely my own. The talisman Daniel had given me remained in a locked box in my closet, a reminder of what had happened, but no longer necessary for my protection. As I turned to leave the cemetery, I noticed a figure standing beneath a distant tree, too far away to identify clearly, but something about the posture seemed familiar. When I blinked, the figure was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had been there at all or merely a trick of light and shadow. Walking back to my car, I recalled something Helena had told me during one of our debriefing sessions. Reality is more porous than we realize. Consciousness doesn't follow the same rules as matter and energy. Sometimes, echoes remain, impressions left on the fabric of existence by minds that have passed beyond our perception. Perhaps that was all it was, an echo, a memory, a ripple in the pond of reality left by events too vast for human minds to fully comprehend. Or perhaps, somewhere in dimensions adjacent to our own, the ITUU still pulsed with alien life, still collected consciousness, still waited patiently for another opportunity to bridge the gap between its reality and ours. As I drove away from the cemetery, I cracked my window, letting the fresh spring air fill the car. For the first time since entering Blackwater Forest almost a year ago, I felt truly present in my own life, my own consciousness, singular, limited, but precious in its uniqueness. And if, occasionally, I dreamed of a vaster awareness, a connection to something beyond individual existence, well, that was simply part of being human, of wondering about our place in a universe far stranger and more complex than we could possibly imagine. The heart of the hollow had stopped beating in our world. But in the depths of the cosmos, other rhythms continued, other consciousnesses evolved, other realities unfolded according to their own alien physics and geometries. And somewhere, perhaps, my friends existed still, not as I had known them, but transformed, transcending the limitations of human existence. Not truly gone, but evolving in ways beyond my comprehension. As I drove home, a strange calm settled over me. The forest had changed us all, those who were taken and those who remained. I would carry the memory of what happened in Blackwater Forest with me always, a witness to something both terrifying and profound. That night, as I sat on my porch watching the stars, I felt a momentary sensation, not the dreaded whispering, but a fleeting awareness of vastness, of connection to something greater than myself. It passed quickly, leaving only a lingering sense of wonder. Perhaps this was the true legacy of our encounter with the ITU, not fear, but a glimpse of possibilities beyond our narrow perceptions. A reminder that consciousness itself might be the greatest mystery of all. I touched the scar on my wrist, a permanent reminder of my journey to the heart and back. Whatever waited in the spaces between dimensions would remain there, at least for a generation. And in that time, perhaps humanity would grow wise enough to understand what truly awaited us at the threshold between realities. Until then, I would live, I would remember, and I would watch the edges of Blackwater Forest, guardian of a secret too vast for most to comprehend, but which I could never again ignore. Have you ever felt someone's eyes on you when no one was there? The question had haunted me ever since I arrived in Millbrook. A small, unremarkable town nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone and strangers stick out like splinters. As a journalist for 20 years, I developed a sixth sense for stories that needed telling. The mysterious disappearances in Millbrook had caught my attention 3 months ago, after my editor forwarded me an email from a desperate mother whose daughter had vanished without a trace. My name is Daniel Fletcher. I've covered wars, natural disasters, and political scandals, but nothing prepared me for what awaited in this seemingly peaceful town. The local motel became my temporary home, room 14 with its faded wallpaper and a mattress that remembered every guest before me. The first night, I arranged my research materials on the small desk by the window, newspaper clippings, photographs of the missing, and a map of Millbrook with red pins marking their last known locations. That was when I first felt it, a subtle shift in the air. Not a breeze from the partly open window or the ancient air conditioning unit's weak efforts. Something else. Something watching. I turned quickly, scanning the empty room. Nothing but shadows cast by the dim lamp on the nightstand. Yet the sensation lingered, like phantom fingers brushing against the back of my neck. Just tired, I muttered to myself, rubbing my eyes. The long drive and the weight of 6 missing people's stories had taken their toll. Sleep came reluctantly that night, interrupted by creaking floorboards outside my door. Each time I jerked awake, heart pounding, only to find the corridor empty when I peered through the peephole. Morning brought temporary relief. Sunlight streamed through thin curtains as I prepared for my first interview with Sheriff Thomas Wells. The local lawman had the weathered look of someone who'd seen enough to be perpetually tired but not enough to be completely broken. These disappearances aren't connected, he insisted, leaning back in his chair. His office smelled of coffee and cigarettes, though an unlit pipe sat on his desk. People leave small towns all the time, Mr. Fletcher. They go seeking better opportunities. 6 people in 3 months? I questioned, flipping through my notepad. That's not typical migration patterns, Sheriff. Something flickered across his face, worry, perhaps, or anger, before his professional mask returned. We've investigated each case thoroughly. No signs of foul play. As he spoke, I noticed the shadow behind him shift slightly. Not with the movement of the ceiling fan, but independently, as if adjusting its position to better hear our conversation. I blinked and it was gone. The sheriff handed me the official reports, remarkably thin folders with basic information and identical conclusions, no evidence of criminal activity. What about Melissa Jenkins? I asked. 22 years old, worked at the local diner, left in the middle of her shift. Her car was still in the parking lot. Young people are impulsive, Wells replied with a shrug that seemed rehearsed. She'd been talking about leaving for months. Probably got a ride with someone passing through. Without her purse? without telling her mother who raised her alone? The questions remained unspoken as I noticed the sheriff's eyes constantly drifting to the window behind me. Back at the motel, I spread the reports across my bed. 6 people, varying ages and backgrounds, with only one commonality: they had all disappeared without taking any belongings, without any witnesses, without any trace. As dusk settled over Millbrook, I began typing my initial observations on my laptop. The cursor suddenly froze mid-sentence. The screen flickered once, twice, then went black before returning to normal. In that momentary darkness, I saw a reflection in the screen, something tall standing behind me. I spun around, nearly knocking over my chair. Nothing. But the air had changed again, heavier, colder, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. My breath came out in invisible puffs despite the summer heat outside. Tap. 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 The sound came from the bathroom. Gentle, deliberate. I approached slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. The door was ajar, darkness spilling from within. Hello? My voice sounded foreign to my own ears. No response, but the tapping continued. With trembling fingers, I pushed the door open fully and flicked on the light. The bathroom was empty. The tapping stopped. I examined every corner, pulled back the shower curtain, checked behind the door. Nothing unusual except for the mirror, fogged as if someone had just taken a hot shower. As I watched, letters began forming in the condensation, drawn by an invisible finger. Leave while you can. I stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. The message remained for several seconds before the condensation evaporated completely, leaving no evidence it had ever existed. That night, I double-locked my door and wedged a chair beneath the handle. Sleep evaded me as I listened to the sounds of the motel, distant television, occasional footsteps, the hum of vending machines. Normal sounds that somehow felt orchestrated, like a performance meant to lull me into a false sense of security. Around 3 in the morning, my phone chimed with a text message. The number was unknown. They're watching you too now. Don't trust what you see. I tried calling the number, but an automated voice informed me it didn't exist. As dawn approached, exhaustion finally claimed me. I drifted into uneasy sleep, dreams filled with shadowy figures that stood motionless around my bed, watching, waiting, their faces perpetually hidden just beyond the reach of recognition. When I woke, my laptop was open, though I distinctly remembered closing it, and a single document was displayed on screen. A list of names, the 6 missing residents of Millbrook, with my name added at the bottom, followed by a question mark. Outside my window, Millbrook continued its morning routine, oblivious to the darkness gathering in room 14. But as I watched the people walking along the sidewalks, I noticed something disturbing. Occasionally, one would pause mid-step, head turning slowly toward my window with mechanical precision, eyes empty, before continuing on as if nothing had happened. The investigation had barely begun, but already I understood one terrible truth. Whatever had taken those 6 people knew I was here. And it was watching me. The local diner became my refuge the following day, a place filled with people, conversations, and fluorescent lights that left no room for shadows. I chose a booth near the window, ordering coffee that tasted of metal and desperation while reviewing my notes. "You're the reporter," a voice said. I looked up to find a woman in her 50s with tired eyes and hair pulled back in a severe bun. Her name tag read Eleanor. "Word travels fast," I replied, gesturing to the empty seat across from me. She slid into the booth, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "My nephew was the 4th one," she whispered, pushing a photograph across the table. A young man in his 20s, broad-shouldered with a gentle smile. Timothy worked at the lumber yard. Never missed a day of work until 3 months ago. Police say he left town, but his truck is still in his driveway. His dog was still tied up in the backyard. Eleanor's hands trembled as she retrieved the photo. The day before he disappeared, Timothy told me he felt like someone was following him. Said he could feel eyes on him everywhere he went. My skin prickled. Did he report it? She laughed bitterly. To Sheriff Wells? Waste of breath. But there's something else. She leaned closer. Timothy took pictures. Said he caught glimpses of whatever was stalking him. He sent them to my phone the night he vanished. Eleanor pulled out her phone, scrolled through it, then frowned. They were right here. I never deleted them. She continued searching, becoming increasingly agitated. This doesn't make sense. They're gone. I felt the familiar sensation creeping up my spine, that cold awareness of being observed. Slowly, I turned toward the window and froze. A man stood on the sidewalk outside, staring directly at me. Unnaturally still among the moving pedestrians. Our eyes met, and his lips curved into a smile that never reached his eyes. Eleanor, I said, not looking away from the figure. Do you know that man? When she didn't answer, I turned back. The seat across from me was empty, as if Eleanor had never been there. My coffee cup sat alone on the table. Excuse me, I called to a passing waitress. The woman who was just here. Sir? The waitress looked confused. You've been sitting alone since you arrived. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Her name is Eleanor. She works here, doesn't she? The waitress shook her head. No one by that name works at this diner. I looked back to the window. The man was gone. That afternoon, I drove to the address listed for Timothy in the police report. A small house on the outskirts of town, paint peeling from its wooden exterior. No truck in the driveway. No dog in the yard. The place looked abandoned for years, not months. As I approached the front door, the sensation of being watched intensified. Every window of the house seemed to conceal a face, every shadow harbored movement just beyond my perception. The door was unlocked. Inside, dust covered every surface except for a perfectly clear path through the living room to a closet door. Something compelled me forward, though every instinct screamed to run. The closet door stood slightly ajar, darkness seeping from within. With trembling fingers, I pulled it open. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them overlapping, creating a mosaic of terror. Each showed the same thing, ordinary scenes of Millbrook, the diner, the town square, the motel, but in every image, partially hidden in shadow or reflection, was a tall, emaciated figure watching. Sometimes in windows, sometimes in doorways, sometimes just standing among oblivious townspeople. And in the most recent photos, tacked to the center of this horrifying collection, was me, walking from my car to the motel, sitting at my laptop, sleeping in my bed. I hadn't taken these pictures. No one had. My phone rang, startling me so badly I dropped it. Unknown number. I answered with a shaking hand. Hello? Static, then a voice so distorted it barely sounded human. Do you see it yet, Daniel Fletcher? Who is this? Not who. What? The static cleared momentarily. We've been here always. Watching. Waiting. You're getting close now. Close to what? The truth. The voice became multiple voices speaking in unsettling harmony. Look behind you. I didn't want to. Every cell in my body resisted. But slowly, unwillingly, I turned. The closet had transformed into a long corridor that shouldn't exist within the dimensions of a small house. At its end stood a figure, humanoid but wrong in subtle ways, its proportions slightly skewed, its movements jerky as it tilted its head to study me. I ran out of the house, to my car, fumbling with keys as cold sweat drenched my shirt. As I peeled away from the curb, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Timothy's house was boarded up, clearly abandoned for years. No open door. No closet turned corridor. That night in my motel room, I tried calling my editor. The call wouldn't connect. My emails bounced back. The television played local news with a broadcaster whose mouth movements didn't match the words coming out. Seventh disappearance in Millbrook has authorities baffled. I snapped to attention. Seventh? The screen showed my photo, my name. Daniel Fletcher, 45, was last seen entering the residence of Timothy Hodge, who disappeared 3 months earlier. Police are treating this as... I shut the television off, hands shaking violently. This wasn't happening. I was here, in my room. Not missing. The lights flickered. Once. Twice. Then darkness. In the perfect black that enveloped me, I heard breathing that wasn't my own. Multiple sources surrounding my bed. The air grew dense, making each breath a labor. What do you want? I whispered into the void. Silence, then a chorus of whispers from every corner, to be seen. The lights returned suddenly, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the room appeared normal, except every reflective surface now showed not my reflection, but the tall figure from the photographs, mimicking my movements with perfect synchronicity. I packed frantically, determined to leave Millbrook immediately. As I threw clothes into my suitcase, a photograph I hadn't taken fell from between my shirts, all 6 missing persons standing in a line, eyes vacant, with the tall figure behind them. Their faces were beginning to distort, features elongating to match the entity behind them. When I reached the door, my hand passed through the knob as if it were smoke. I tried again. Again. My fingers dispersed like mist each time they should have made contact with something solid. Panic rising, I tried the window. The same result. Everything in the room remained tangible except any means of escape. I collapsed onto the bed, mind racing. The phone on the nightstand rang. I answered mechanically. Mr. Fletcher, Sheriff Will's voice came through clearly. Just checking how your investigation is progressing. Sheriff, I gasped, relief flooding through me. Something's happening in this town. Something impossible. I'm trapped in my room at the motel. The door, the windows, I can't touch them. A long pause followed. That's concerning, Mr. Fletcher. I'll come right over. Which room are you in again? 14. Another pause, longer this time. Mr. Fletcher, the Millbrook Motel doesn't have a room 14. Never has. The line went dead. I looked around wildly. The same faded wallpaper. The same worn carpet. The same desk where my laptop still sat open. But when I looked more closely, I noticed the edges of everything seemed less defined, as if reality itself was becoming fluid. My laptop screen flickered to life without my touch. A document opened, words appearing one by one. They don't see us. They don't believe in us. But we're always watching. Always hungry. Your turn to watch now, Daniel Fletcher. Outside the window, Millbrook continued existing as if nothing was wrong. People walked past, cars drove by, life proceeded in its ordinary rhythm. But now I noticed what Timothy had seen, how occasionally a person would move wrong, too fluidly or too mechanically. How sometimes they would stop mid-motion, heads turning in perfect unison towards some unseen observer. Night fell, but I couldn't sleep. The darkness in my room seemed alive, pulsating with presence. In the corner of my vision, shapes moved, always disappearing when I tried to focus on them directly. The bathroom mirror began to fog again, but this time I forced myself to watch as invisible fingers wrote. 7 down. The town is almost ready. Ready for what? I asked the empty room. The answer came as a feeling rather than words, a terrible understanding blooming in my mind of something ancient and patient, using Millbrook as both feeding ground and incubator. Something that existed between perception and reality, strengthening with each person it claimed. And I had walked willingly into its web, following breadcrumbs it had intentionally left for someone exactly like me, someone who wouldn't stop looking until they found the truth. Someone who would make others come looking when they disappeared. As this realization washed over me, the walls of room 14 began to dissolve, revealing not the adjacent rooms of the motel, but an infinite darkness populated by tall, watchful figures and the distorted forms of what had once been the missing residents of Millbrook. Among them, Eleanor smiled at me with too many teeth and a face that was stretching, changing, becoming like theirs. We need witnesses, her voice echoed in my mind. We need to be seen to become stronger. Thank you for seeing us, Daniel Fletcher. I screamed, but the sound disappeared into the void that had once been Millbrook Motel, room 14, a room that had never existed except as a trap for the curious, the persistent, the ones who needed to know the truth. A truth I now understood too late. Some mysteries are doors, and doors open both ways. Morning arrived without sunrise. The darkness retreated not from light but merely thinned, like ink diffusing in water. My room had reconstituted itself overnight, walls solid again, door functional, window offering a view of Millbrook that seemed almost normal. Almost. Colors appeared slightly desaturated, as if the town existed under a faint filter. People moved with subtle rawness, some too quickly, others with an underwater slowness. And everywhere I looked, I caught glimpses of the watchers, tall figures that vanished when directly observed but multiplied in peripheral vision. I tried the door. It opened this time. The hallway stretched before me, much longer than physically possible for the motel's dimensions. Room numbers ascended sequentially, 15, 16, 17, though I distinctly remembered being on the ground floor with only 12 rooms total. Despite every survival instinct screaming against it, I walked the impossible corridor. Each footstep echoed too loudly, then not at all, sound behaving by rules I couldn't comprehend. At room 23, I heard sobbing. I knocked gently. Hello? The crying stopped instantly. Silence hung heavy for 3 heartbeats before a voice replied, a child's voice, though distorted as if speaking through water. Are you real? My throat constricted. I think so. My name is Daniel Fletcher. I'm a journalist. The new one, the voice acknowledged. They're very excited about you. You see more than the others did. Who are you? I asked, leaning closer to the door. Lisa Matthews. I was the first. 4 months ago. The voice shifted, aging decades and seconds. Though time moves differently here. It feels like centuries. Lisa Matthews, the missing 16-year-old whose disappearance predated my investigation. The one who wasn't in the sheriff's files. Can I help you? I asked, knowing the question was absurd even as I spoke it. Laughter leaked through the door, starting as a child's giggle before deepening into something ancient. No one leaves. Not really. But you could join us properly. Stop fighting it. My hand moved toward the doorknob without my conscious direction. I jerked it back as if burned. Where are they? I whispered. The in-between, Lisa's voice replied, now sounding like multiple voices layered. Not fully in our reality, not fully outside it. They've always been here, watching from the edges of perception. Millbrook sits on a thin place, a boundary where they can reach through more easily. What do they want? To be real. To cross over completely. They need witnesses, human consciousness to perceive them, to believe in them. Each person they take makes them stronger, more substantial. A terrible understanding dawned. They're using the town as a doorway. Yes, came the reply. And you're helping them open it wider. I backed away from door 23, then turned and ran. The corridor stretched impossibly, each room I passed revealing horror through the cracks beneath their doors, shadows moving against light that had no source, voices chanting in languages that hurt my ears, glimpses of twisted limbs and too wide smiles. When I finally reached the lobby, the elderly clerk looked up with milky eyes. Checking out, Mr. Fletcher? He asked, voice perfectly normal. Why yes, I stammered, fishing for my wallet. My fingers passed through it the first time, becoming solid only on the third attempt. The clerk didn't seem to notice. How was your stay in Millbrook? He asked pleasantly as he processed my credit card. Revealing, I managed, taking back my card with trembling fingers. The clerk smiled. His teeth were too numerous, crowded like those of deep-sea predators. We do hope you'll write a wonderful story about our little town. People should know about Millbrook. More should visit. Outside, my car waited in the parking lot, exactly where I'd left it. Too exactly, the dust pattern unchanged, the same bird dropping on the windshield, as if the vehicle had been preserved in amber while I changed. I got in, started the engine, and drove toward the town limits. The radio turned on by itself, cycling through stations of static and distorted voices until settling on what sounded like a news broadcast. Authorities continue searching for missing journalist Daniel Fletcher, last seen in Millbrook 3 days ago. Fletcher was investigating the disappearances of 7 local residents. I switched it off violently. 3 days? I'd been in the motel just overnight. The town seemed to stretch as I drove, familiar streets extending beyond what geography should allow. Buildings repeated, sometimes with subtle differences, the diner appearing every few blocks, once with red trim instead of blue, once with its name slightly altered, once with windows filled by pressing faces that all turned to watch my car pass. After 20 minutes of driving what should have been a 5-minute journey to the town limits, I pulled over, panic clawing at my throat. The road ahead shimmered like a mirage, buildings beyond it blurring into indistinct shapes. My phone buzzed with a text message. There's another way out. Find the truth first. Eleanor. The woman from the diner who allegedly didn't exist. I drove to the sheriff's office, a building that now stood impossibly tall, its upper floors vanishing into low clouds. Inside, everything appeared normal, though the secretary's fingers clicked her keyboard without making contact with the keys. Is Sheriff Wells in? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "He's expecting you," she replied without looking up, her movements slightly out of sync with her words, like a poorly dubbed film. The sheriff's office door stood open. Inside, Wells sat exactly as he had during our first meeting, as if he hadn't moved in days. "Mr. Fletcher," he greeted me. "Found anything interesting in your investigation? What's happening in this town?" I demanded, remaining in the doorway. "What are these things?" Wells smiled sadly. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Try me." He gestured to the chair opposite his desk. I remained standing. "Millbrook has always been special," he began, his voice oddly detached. "Founded in 1876 near what the native tribes called the Watching Place, a location they avoided. The founders dismissed the warnings as superstition." He chuckled. "We all make mistakes. The disappearances started the moment the town was established. 1 or 2 every decade. Always explained away. A runaway wife. A man with gambling debts. A child lost in the woods." Wells rubbed his eyes. "But they'd never taken so many, so quickly. Something's changed. They're getting stronger. And you've done nothing to stop it?" Wells looked at me directly, his eyes momentarily clear of the fog that seemed to hang over the town. "I've tried. For 20 years as sheriff, I've tried. Brought in experts, psychics, priests. Some disappeared immediately. Others left thinking I was crazy." His expression hardened. "And some joined them willingly." "Joined who?" "The Watchers. The in-between. The things that have always lingered at the edges of reality." He opened his desk drawer, removing a leather-bound journal. "My predecessor kept records. His predecessor before him. Every sheriff of Millbrook has known and tried to fight it in their own way." He pushed the journal across the desk. I hesitated, then took it. The pages contained accounts dating back to the town's founding, missing persons, strange sightings, failed attempts at exorcisms and rituals. "Why don't you leave?" I asked, looking up from the journal. Wells smiled without humor. "Who says I haven't tried?" The realization hit me cold. "You're trapped too. Everyone in Millbrook is trapped, Mr. Fletcher. Some just don't know it yet." He leaned forward. "But you're different. You can still see the differences, the wrongness. Most residents lost that ability long ago. Their minds adapted, filtered out the impossible to preserve sanity. How do I get out? Find what they're protecting. The center. The doorway works both ways. They're coming through, but someone with enough awareness might push back." A noise from outside interrupted us, a low humming that vibrated through the building. Wells looked toward the window with fear. "They know we're talking. Go now. Find the center." He pressed a key into my palm. The records building behind the town hall. Basement level. Hurry. Outside, the sky had darkened to twilight, though my watch showed only 2 in the afternoon. The town had changed again, buildings now crowded too closely together, leaning toward each other like eavesdroppers. Faces watched from every window, some human, others clearly not. The streets shifted as I drove, familiar routes suddenly ending in walls or circling back on themselves. After the 3rd attempt, I abandoned the car and continued on foot, using the distorted church spire as a landmark to orient myself toward the town center. The town hall stood in the square, its architecture a disturbing blend of styles, colonial facades with Gothic towers, modern glass sections melting into Victorian gingerbread trim. The records building behind it was small, unassuming, and unnaturally still amid the subtle rawness affecting everything else. The key worked. Inside, motion-activated lights flickered on, revealing shelves of bound records and filing cabinets. A stairwell in the corner led down. The basement was colder than physics should allow, my breath clouding despite the summer heat outside. A single bulb illuminated a circular room with a pedestal at its center. On the pedestal lay a book, massive and ancient, its cover made from some material that wasn't quite leather. As I approached, whispers filled the air, hundreds of voices speaking simultaneously in urgent tones. The pages of the book flipped open by themselves, stopping near the middle. Names filled the pages, thousands of them, some faded to near invisibility, others bright as if freshly written. At the bottom of the right page, 6 names glowed with a faint luminescence, the missing residents of Millbrook. Below them, partially formed, was my own name. Understanding washed over me in a cold wave. This wasn't a record of those taken, it was a catalog of those being transformed, souls in transition from human to other. The book wasn't documenting the process, it was facilitating it. And it was far older than Millbrook itself. The town wasn't built near a thin place. The town was created by these entities as a feeding ground, a harvesting mechanism disguised as a community. Every disappearance strengthened them, every investigation pulled more potential victims into their web. I reached toward the book, compelled by some instinct I couldn't name. The moment my fingers touched the page, agony lanced through my body. Visions flooded my mind, the true Millbrook, the real one, long abandoned after a mysterious illness emptied it decades ago. The Millbrook I'd been investigating was a construct, a ghost town animated by collective belief and ancient hunger. The Watchers had created a perfect trap, a mystery that would continuously attract those who needed to solve it, each new investigator becoming part of the cycle, feeding the entity that grew beneath and between the facades of normality. The whispers crescendoed to screaming. The walls of the records room became transparent, revealing the tall figures surrounding the building, their elongated forms undulating with anticipation. I understood what I had to do. With tremendous effort, I grasped the page with my name and tore it from the book. Pain exploded behind my eyes as reality itself seemed to rebel against my action. The page burned in my hand without fire, turning to ash that blew away in a wind that shouldn't exist indoors. The book began to bleed black fluid from between its pages. The screaming intensified, no longer whispers but full-throated howls of rage. The walls shuddered and buckled. I tore out the 6 glowing names, one by one, each causing greater distortions in the basement room. Cracks appeared in the air itself, leaking blinding white light. The entities outside pressed against these fractures in reality, their forms distorting as they tried to force their way fully into the world. As I tore out the final name, Timothy Hodge, the book slammed shut with enough force to shatter the pedestal beneath it. The floor began to dissolve, the basement collapsing not into earth but into nothingness. I ran for the stairs, the world unraveling around me. Outside, Millbrook was coming apart, buildings folding in impossible ways, streets rising like waves, residents flickering between human appearance and something decidedly not. In the center of the town square, a shape was forming, massive beyond comprehension, a living darkness punctuated by countless watching eyes. The entity that had been feeding on Millbrook for generations was revealing itself, forced into the open by my destruction of its anchoring mechanism. My car sat where I abandoned it, though half melted into the rippling asphalt. Somehow, the engine started. I drove toward the town limits, the road behind me disappearing into void as the construct of Millbrook collapsed. The shimmering barrier at the edge of town approached. I accelerated, bracing for impact. The sensation of passing through felt like being turned inside out, every atom screaming, vision widening out, ears filled with the sound of glass shattering at impossible volumes. Then silence. Normalcy. I was driving on a country road, the real world solid around me. In my rearview mirror, where Millbrook should have been, there was only empty countryside, no town, no buildings, no sign of civilization. My phone rang, my editor, wondering why I hadn't checked in for 4 weeks. 4 weeks, not the 3 days I thought I'd been gone. The story fell through. I told him, voice hollow. Dead end. That night, in a motel 30 miles from where Millbrook should have been, I spread my notes across the bed. Most were illegible now, the words scrambled or faded. The photographs showed nothing but empty landscapes. The official reports had become blank pages. All evidence of Millbrook and its missing residents had vanished as if they had never existed. Perhaps they hadn't, at least not in this reality. As I packed everything away, a slip of paper fell from between the pages of my notebook. A note in handwriting I didn't recognize. Some doors remain open a crack. They are still watching. Always watching. I burned the note, then flushed the ashes down the toilet. 3 days later, I submitted my resignation. Journalism no longer appealed to me, not when I knew how malleable reality could be, how thin the boundary between observation and creation. I moved to a busy city, surrounded myself with noise and people and constant activity. I covered every reflective surface in my apartment. I never stay in motels. But sometimes, in quiet moments, I catch glimpses in my peripheral vision, tall figures standing impossibly still among moving crowds. Sometimes my phone receives blank text messages from numbers that don't exist. Sometimes I wait to find my name being written in a condensation on my bathroom mirror, only to disappear when I blink. And I wonder, did I escape Millbrook, or did I simply bring a piece of it with me? Did I close the door, or merely step through it into another reality that only appears normal? Perhaps the most terrifying possibility is this: what if I never left that motel room? What if everything since has been their construction, another layer of the trap? After all, the watchers need to be seen to exist. And now I can't stop seeing them. I feel them now as I write this, standing behind me, reading over my shoulder, growing stronger with each word I commit to paper. Each time I acknowledge their existence, they become more real. And so I leave this account as both warning and apology. If you've read this far, they know you now too. They've seen you seeing them. Whatever you do, don't look for Millbrook. Don't investigate the disappearances. And if you feel eyes on you when no one is there, do what I failed to do. Stop looking back. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.